Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour. We've got a great shot here. One of my favorite race car drivers, Juan Gonzalez, but in his real life, he runs Mission Foods. So if you like Mexican food like I do, you're going to be rooting for this number 81 Porsche 9146 Juan Gonzalez. But right now, let's walk through the front of the grid. This is a huge field, Group 8 and 12. We've got Richard Stewart Milne here in this Datsun 510. Bill Ramsey in a Group 12 Porsche 911. This beautiful green, lots of cool green Porsches out here, Group 12 car. Karen Holmes up here in this number 36A. Then I got to talk about these top guys. So in Group 8, these guys have a battle all the time. Rob Fuller in his Datsun 510 and Troy Ermish have been battling against each other for about 20 years in these Datsun 510s. Troy Ermish got the better of Rob this time by just a couple tenths of a second. Then we got to talk about our front guys up here in Group 12. One of the best vintage races we ever had last year at Laguna Seca. Paul Jorgensen, Alan Wilt here in the Group 12 cars. Watch out for them. We've got 1 minute on the grid. Jonathan, I'm going to be joining you up in the booth for the Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour kickoff, Group 8 and 12. Thank you, guys.
Great stuff from Ben Sissel there. Thank you, Ben. And yes, hustle yourself up to the booth. It's a long way up here, but I'm sat here with the one and only Scott Conway. And Scott, beautiful day. We're in the wine country. You've got classic cars. I can't think of many places I'd like to be.
No, this is wonderful. It's a lot warmer up here. Funny, we're in Northern California. It's actually warmer than we were in Middle California last weekend in Monterey. This is great shot there. I was talking to him yesterday, the president and CEO of Mission Foods. They have tortilla chips, tortilla snacks, tortillas. They're handing out those here at the track. If you're here at the track, go by the Victory Circle, right to the corner of the grandstands, and you can get it's a great field of cars here, Jonathan.
Yeah, and let me just you're the perfect person to ask, but I'm sure people are sitting out there and watching on the internet when they hear some CEO of a chip company, let's say, who is a king of industry in his own world, they think, oh, well, he's just a part-time, he won't be pushing it, he won't be a good racing driver, and it's not the case, because you cannot take a circuit like this, one of the most technical in America, you cannot take a Porsche or a Datsun that is prepared like this and go into a field like this unless you know what you're doing. So they may be kings of industry in one way, but they're also good racing drivers.
Yeah, Juan Gonzalez has a very long and storied history. He has won at the 12 Hours of Sebring. He's won at the 24 Hours of Daytona.
There you go.
You know the name of Butch Leitzinger. That is his co-driver in International GT. That is a series that runs with us sometimes on the East Coast, Jonathan, for SVRA. And he actually was one of the prime movers and shakers to get that series, which had about 5 or 10 cars to start with. Now boasts fields of 50 cars and more. We've had the first two events sold out. But no, Juan Gonzalez, he's very good at his industry. He's very good at racing. Make no mistake, that Mission Foods Porsche, he's won 4 times already this year. That should tell you something.
Yeah, exactly.
And on 2 different circuits, Road Atlanta and WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
169 feet of different elevation, and you're really seeing it here from the drone as they dive through 2, 3, 4, and now 5. The very, very tough turn 5, which is off camber. That's been a place that many a driver has been caught out over the years. I was watching some videos last night on YouTube, and the YouTube's great because there's so many people willing to take you round a lap and give you some of the sort of places that you've got to be careful around here, because of course I've never raced it. So I love watching the videos and seeing where people can get caught out when they're racing around here. And everybody to a man says this is one of the most challenging circuits in America because there just is no respite. You're basically going from corner to corner to corner. I was even talking to someone like Cindy Lux, who's got that big Viper, and she says it's useless. Well, not useless. But she said the long wheelbase of it makes it so hard. You need a nimble car like this to get round Sonoma well.
Yeah, it's a very technical track. I raced here back in SCCA club racing when they had showroom stock A, and it's a great track. I enjoyed it very lot. It doesn't have the straightaways that Laguna Seca has. It has two what I would call short straightaways, passing zones, but a very technical track. Ben, nice of you to come up here and join us. That's a very long trek for you there.
I hope you didn't walk.
I didn't walk, no, but I might have been speeding on my scooter a little bit. But I'm just so excited to watch this because you remember last year, Jonathan, at Laguna Seca, the two Porsches and then the two 510s just go at it. They went at it last weekend with us. And this is always great racing. Group 8 and 12 here at SVRA, Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour. I've been looking forward to this event for many, many months, and it's just about to start.
Yeah, we got the three Porsches up front. That's Alan Wilt, Paul Georgeson, and Sean Van Gelder. They've been very close in practice and in qualifying both yesterday morning and this afternoon. Getting ready for the start.
Green flag. Alan Wilt looks like he's taking the inside just a little bit, just as he should. But if Paul can stay next to him, he's got the advantage on the next corner as they come up. You can see the Mission Apex markers as we go up the hill. It's the beautiful drone shots. Oh, somebody's off there. One of the green Porsches.
Yeah, can't quite
might
make
be
up
Michael Cullinan.
Yeah. Yeah, those Porsches are immediately at the front. They were single file order going up the hill as they went up that elevation change, going up through turns 2, 3, and 4. Crest over rise. Very important, though, as Jonathan, you were talking about. Good passing zone at turn 5. That's where you see a lot of the NASCAR drivers when they race here at Sonoma make a lot of their passes as you go all the way out over the rumble strips and use that all the track coming back on and then go through the carousel. Next passing zone should be at Optima Batteries turn 7, where that is a very tight right-hander setting you up for the Franklin Road Apparel S's.
Yeah, talking to all the drivers in all the fields yesterday, these two hairpins are the key, and they're getting out of them. Talking to Chris Dyson, he said, doesn't matter what car you're in, the two main corners here is this one, and getting out of it well and getting out of it smoothly, and the same at 11, because even though they're both very slow, that's what makes the difference for a lap time here.
Yeah, and you can even see there Juan Gonzalez's hands kind of trying to do that one corner, one turn. Juan Gonzalez, a very smooth driver, as they come these downhill S's, the Franklin Road Apparel Complex of Sonoma. Very difficult to drive quickly.
Now these S's are a rhythm section, and if you turn, you were talking about turn 7, Jonathan, if you turn in just a little bit early at turn 7, it completely throws you out of whack for the next S's section. And another turn that catches people out is WeatherTech Raceway 10. I know the first time I was here, I went through the S's, thought I was through, and thought, oh no, there's another turn. And then you again have to turn very quickly right. And if you don't do it right, you go run off to the outside and people go by you. Unfortunately, I know that from personal experience. And then you go into Big Machine Spike Vodka Coolers turn 12. That's a very tight turn, good passing zone.
So 12 minutes and 55 seconds to go in our first group race. This is Group 8 and Group 12B. And these are recognized production cars, sports cars and sedans in production up to 72. And lady cars approved, of course. So we've got quite a smorgasbord that goes, well, right through the 70s, late 60s. And mainly European cars, but a definitely good, strong field of Japanese as well.
Yeah, they're very, very popular 8 B-Sedan cars. Ben, you remember last weekend, one of the best races on track was between Rob Fuller and Troy Ermish in those Datsun 510s. We had the B-Sedan Challenge feature race and historic Trans Am under 2.5 liter. Those Datsun 510s, very potent. They won the 71 and 72 under 2.5 liter Trans Am championship. They're back at it again here at Sonoma.
Yeah, fun to watch as we watch Alan Wilt going around Optima Batteries turn there, followed by Paul Jorgensen. And you've got to watch out for these two. They've raced together in all kinds of different classes. I think they're big, longtime PCA racers. They've been with us with SVRA for a couple years, and they put on a fantastic show. I love the fact that Jorgensen's wearing the white gloves so we can see his hands working in there. I wish all the drivers got that memo, because it really adds a lot to our show, and you can really see the input that they're putting into their cars.
I've got an idea, Ben. You know how you give out your prize helmets? How about for those that just come close, you go, well, here's a set of really nice Sparco gloves, white or fluorescent.
That would be great.
Your choice.
Runner-up gloves.
Yeah. And it's really nice to see him here, because again, this is a much more technical track than Laguna Seca. I know some people would disagree, but this is much more technical. It has elevation, as Laguna Seca does, but you are busy here all the time. Again, this front straightaway, which, again, really isn't straight, and the short straight from the carousel down to turn 7, those are really the only two places where you can stretch your legs. And those two portions up front, as close as they are right now, Ben, that's as close as they were in front. Fastest lap back and forth yesterday about 3 or 4 times.
Wow. And I love the fact watching Troy Ermish here and Rob Fuller, both from California. Rob Fuller's from the Bay Area. I think he'd consider this and Laguna his home track. But you can see they're running different lines, different setups of cars. Both of them own car shops. Both of them know how to set up a car and wheel a car, but they have a different approach here. As they come up through the twisty bits here, they're going to come up a hill, get a little bit light, and then it looks like Juan Gonzalez has gotten past Karen Holmes, which is very tough to do because she is a very talented driver as they come around the WeatherTech carousel.
Now those 2 Datsun 510s, one of the 2 national championships that Troy Ermish won was right here at Sonoma back in 2018, I believe it was, that they were here at Sonoma in GT Light in that Datsun 510. He repeated the feat last year at Indianapolis in GT2, but this track he was the fastest at, and he won the championship after rolling his car in the very first practice session on that runoffs weekend, rebuilt the car and qualified on the front row and then won the race.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that those that live and work and do track days here, this is a specialist track for exactly all the reasons you just said, Scott. It's much more technical. You know, Laguna's got the name, the corkscrew, and perhaps maybe more of the kudos for where it is on the Monterey Peninsula. But this is known as wine country, but this was originally Sears Point, and this has been, you know, the envy of many a racing driver over the years, and no one ever says, oh yeah, I know exactly what to do. So, you know, they're always trying to improve, and it's one of those tracks that always kind of, you find something new or there's disagreements on how to take certain corners throughout the paddock.
Now, Road Atlanta, which is my home track, is 2.54 miles. This one is 2.52, but when you drive this one, you get up to the S's and you think you're through. No, you're only about 3/4 of the way through. This, for some reason, this track just seems a lot longer than it really is, and I think it's because, Ben and John, that you're so busy at the wheel every corner. There's no place where you can really relax. Even on the straightaways, you know, you're looking in your mirrors, you're trying to still pick out your points, you know, whether it be out your front windscreen passing someone or trying to figure out where someone is to, you know, to prevent them from passing you.
Yeah, that's Bill Ramsey there, and that number 61, what I call whale tail, Group 12 Porsche 911 from Reno, Nevada. If you're watching online on SpeedTour TV, we're monitoring the comments, so tell us where you're watching from and who you're rooting for.
Just seeing a yellow flag being waved here at the first corner. Is it a local or a full course? I think it's just local at the moment. It means that maybe somebody's gone off just after turn 1. Look out the window. We've got a fantastic view here. Ah, yes, there's a Datsun parked right here in the front straight, so that's the reason being.
Yeah,
78.
That's a very easy place to go off. You're coming down from one of the only straightaways on Sonoma International Raceway, and you're kind of turning in and setting up to go up the hill, and if you get that just a little wrong, this a lot of tracks you can get away with turning in just a little bit early. You can kind of catch the car. Not so at Sonoma because of the way the turns are banked and because of the runoff areas. You cannot really get away with turning off early unless you let off the throttle. And Jonathan, Ben, you know that's the last thing that race drivers do.
Yeah,
let off the throttle.
We saw there Taz Harvey coming down in that number 51, but in the background I saw Richard Stewart Mill in the Datsun 510 pull off, but pull off in a safe place where we don't have to stop the race, so we appreciate that. And look at this beautiful number 22 with a Martini livery coming through here. I'm loving all these Group 12 whale tail Porsches in their Power 70s liveries.
Yeah, just to confirm, it was the number 79 of Rob Bellevue who's got stuck in his Datsun 240Z, and he's out of harm's way, and they're just making sure that everybody knows he's there.
That's a tough break. The Datsuns were brought into the United States by Dr. Kuriyama, who was sent here kind of as a punishment for doing
double
something.
Yellow.
Oh, Ben, that's a tough break.
Yeah, I saw him coming up, but that was Maurice Montgomery there in the Martini. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I saw double yellows come out.
Yeah, but Dr. Kuriyama, and it's kind of appropriate. We're here in California because that's where the cars were brought into first, and it was the Datsun 240Z and Datsun 510 were imported into the U.S., and Dr. Kuriyama suddenly went to somebody that no one wanted to talk to the greatest man ever that lived, because all of a sudden Japan was importing all these cars into the United States. They couldn't figure out why. They came over here and saw that Kuriyama had understood the U.S. market, and the 240Z and 510, two of the most popular cars in the showroom, two of the most popular cars on the racetrack.
Yeah, what I couldn't fathom, and maybe you can fill me in, because obviously coming from Britain, where we always had small sedan cars, and that was the big car. But that was the family car. It was a small, compact car, and the Japanese followed on from that. But how did the Americans make that transition? I'm not talking about racing. I'm talking about importing and getting used to. Maybe not using a Ford or a Camaro, and then suddenly jumping in a Datsun, which was a lot smaller. I guess it was fuel economy and so forth.
Well, a little bit of fuel economy, a little bit of just actually watching races in England. And most of the cars over there were the smaller compact cars. You say the Ford Cortinas, even Jaguar, which was considered a large car in England, was a small car here in the U.S.
Yes, it was.
The Datsuns in Japan, same way. So it was kind of a marketing thing, but also it was, more and more people were wanting to get into racing. More and more people were being exposed to racing. Back then, racing was not where you could turn on any, streaming service such as we provide, Jonathan and Ben, but you could only watch it in one place, and you could only usually see it by going to the track. And it grew in popularity. Mario Andretti came up through those ranks, and of course AJ Foyt, all the name drivers came up through those cars, and that kind of helped spur the way of drivers going that way as well.
Yeah, and I'm sure the price point for just the average punter, as it were, that wasn't racing was also good, and they did price it well for the American market, and that's been key for the Japanese over the years.
Jonathan, I've heard that we might be going to checkered, so you can call the end of this race.
Well,
take it away, Jonathan.
Don't need to any too overly excited to see Alan Wilt make his way across the line under safety, and as you're quite rightly pointing out, there is the yellow checker. And Wilt comes across the line in the number 27 Porsche, and it's Sean van Gelder in second place, Paul Georgeson in third in the number 76. We had, the reason why we came under that was the car I mentioned. The number 79 did get stuck on the main straight. That's Rob Bellevue, but the car's fine. He just stopped it. I think it was a stall of some sort. No damage or anything like that. It's just parked, unfortunately, in a precarious place, because he's literally at the turn-in place for turn one. As we look down at the turn 2 and turn 3s coming up. It's really, there's so many blind corners here. You come up to and then you're down again. Really, really impressive. And I think the drone's really going to give us the illustration that we want about what makes Sonoma so special. Well, my thanks to Ben and to Scott. We'll take a short break here from Sonoma, and we'll be back with more action and on our next group action from the Speed Tour as part of the SVRA double header from Laguna and Sonoma. Join us after this break.
A marathon coach owner is someone who expects exploration and relaxation to blend flawlessly. For the most reliable, luxurious motor coach on the market today, look no further than Marathon Coach. Indulge that wanderlust, leave any cares behind, and lead a life filled with adventure. Join the Marathon family and take your 5-star hotel with you.
Well, welcome back to the Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour. This is Group 10, the monsters of SVRA, starting here, and we've got a little bit of a Trans Am theme. Thomas Merrill, TA2 competitor, out here in a TA Ford Falcon GT1 car, running Goodyear tires. Of course, the Trans Am series presented by Pirelli runs Pirellis, but all kinds of different cars in this group. But Thomas Merrill, we saw his dad, Ross Merrill, out in the last group. Lots of fun. Scott Winder's here. Check this out. His wing has a wing. That's the kind of cars that we have here in Group 10. Crazy, super wide Porsche here. This beautiful yellow 3A. Then we go over here, Scott Borchetta. Big Machine. Look at this, the guitar pick. I love this. But from Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers, Big Machine Vodka, running in TA2 tomorrow. But this is his TA2 Group 10 Meissen chassis that he runs with us. Another Porsche monster here, the number 44, this white Porsche. Check out all the little rubber shavings that he's collected here at the Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour this weekend. And again, his wing has a wing, which is crazy. Then we come over here. Let's talk to Chris Hines. Chris Hines helps prepare this car. This body from Walt Brown. Walt Brown, one of my favorite drivers. Pink gloves, gentlemen. We've got some pink in-car gloves, but Chris Hines prepares this car. Chris, tell us about this crazy Pink Panther.
Well, it's a pretty cool car, actually. It's an 87 Rookie of the Year car, and they didn't have any paint, so they gave him some pink paint, so they painted it. Kurt painted this car pink. It's pretty bitchin'. I like it. And the Panther's pretty quick today, so we'll see what we can do with these Porsches up front.
Nice. I love it. That kind of Pepto-Bismol pink is amazing. Steve Goldman races with us in TA, sometimes is here with us in Group 10. He actually got into a car. Wasn't his fault. The crew bumped it out, worked it out. He's very fast, so look for him to move up. And then we started the stock cars. So we've got this beautiful stock car here. Matt Ward, unbelievable. Then we go over here. This is a championship runner-up Irv Hare car, a Genelosi Rocket Sports car driven by Gordon Johnson. Beautiful car. And then this car right here. This is it for me. I love this Porsche 935. Unbelievable. The turbos on this thing are bigger than the tires on my Mini Cooper. The history of this car, look at this. This is to cool the brakes when they were doing their endurance racing. See those fins? That brings air into the brake ducts to cool the brakes. Super wide Porsche 935. A ton of history in here. The Mark Martin car of Steve Kent. So much cool stuff. And then that monster, Richard Goldsmith, at Decon Monza. This was kind of the last big American IMSA Camel GT competitor, was the Decon Monza. And then the Porsches took over. Some great cars in this field, but gentlemen, it's getting way too loud. I'm going to send it back to you.
Awesome stuff, Ben. And Ben, I'm sure, will be joining us because he can see the passion he's got for this particular group, Group 10, coming up. And, well, Scott, they don't really need any introduction when you start touting Mark Martin cars from NASCAR, and then that Decon Monza you particularly like. Tell me why.
Well, Al Holbert was always a favorite driver of mine, and Al Holbert won the 75 and 76 Camel GT in a Decon Monza. It was the number 14 W.D. Crowley's car at the time, and again, as Ben said, Holbert was the last American manufactured car to actually win the Camel GT, and it's funny, the Porsche is almost right beside him. That was the car that took over and dominated Decon Monza. Actually, it was Holbert that recognized the possibilities and capabilities of this car, and at the end of the season, the previous season before his championship run, he called up Horst Queck and Lee Dykstra from Decon Engineering, ordered the Monza. It either has a 4.6 or 5.7 liter engine in it, and it only weighs about 2,800 pounds. So great power to weight ratio, and Holbert a great driver, and it was just a favorite of mine. Again, Al Holbert, one of my favorite drivers. And the Porsche 935, as you know, legendary with drivers Peter Gregg, Hurley Haywood, John Fitzpatrick, Brian Redmond. You can go down the list. Bob Aiken, Danny Ungaius, the glory IMSA Camel GT days.
This is one of my favorite parts of American racing, and it's sort of not forgotten, but certainly here in Trans Am and SVRA, I love the signaling and the way they choreograph it's all part of a both historical and traditional way of going racing that is purely American, and I'm sure the Japanese and the Australians and the Brits tuning in will find it fascinating to see how you guys go racing.
Yeah, and as Ben mentioned, you have the purpose-built race cars, the European marks, the Porsches, the Decon Monzas, the Great American Chevrolet Corvette. But then in the back you have the stock cars. Now, it used to be there were just 2 road race circuits on the NASCAR circuit, and one was here at Sonoma, and one was at Watkins Glen. And these cars that are racing now are basically oval stock cars that were made into road race cars. That car that Ben was talking about, Steve Kent, it's an ex-Mark Martin car. He finished 4th in the standings that year, one at Talladega Motor Speedway, one at Charlotte Motor Speedway, where this year with SVRA. And it's a gold medallion car. It's beautiful and well maintained, and it's very fast.
We'll talk about that for a little bit, because obviously for those that probably watch NASCAR from afar from other parts of the world, they won't necessarily understand that. It is quite hard to turn a NASCAR oval car into a road-going decent car to take on a track like this, because they're just not designed that way.
No, they're obviously they're designed to turn left all the time. You never turn right on an oval. Obviously, they're cambered. Both in the springs.
Well, you can, but you get in trouble.
Yeah. Well, you're usually helped if you do turn right. But they're usually cambered a certain way. There's the tire stagger's a certain way. Here at a road course, it's a more traditional setup. Our great friend Boris Said was one of the first drivers that actually was coaching teams on how to set the car up, and one of the first drivers that helped drivers figure out shifting. You don't have to really shift. You don't use a clutch on an oval. You usually don't use anything other than high gear once you get up to speed. Obviously not so on a road race circuit. You're going up and down through the gears.
Yeah.
He actually was teaching him how to heel and toe, teaching him how to change. And then NASCAR developed a clutchless gear shifting system, but it was still the art of braking, downshifting, and turning all at the same time, something that was completely out of the ordinary for NASCAR drivers at the time. Now we have a bunch of NASCAR races. As we'll go to Road America later this year, and Xfinity, and also the Cup Series. A lot of road races there.
Yeah, so Sonoma and Watkins Glen, the trailblazers then for NASCAR going to road courses. As you can see, they're now coming down to the famous last hairpin here, 11 and 12, led by Thomas Merrill, the Salinas man, family racer. Mum raced, dad raced, and he races very well indeed, and he'll be out in action in TA2, and certainly one of the favorites for this, the start of our Group 10 feature race 1 from Sonoma. Away they go then, and Merrill takes the green flag and leads the way ahead of Scott Winders in the 911, the all yellow number 3, as they go up the hill and turn into turn 2. Nice clean start, and everybody, as we look down above, has got away well. But now it gets tricky from here on in.
It's a technical part of the course from here on in. That Ford Falcon has been far and away the fastest car, and it's a little bit of car, a little bit of the driver. The Falcon is a kind of what would I guess be considered a compact car at the time, but it was very potent at the time. It was turned into a drag racing car during the day, and also a road racing car. One of the top Ford Falcon drivers and one of the top Ford Falcon engineers, Tommy Riggins, was very prominent in the Ford Falcon days. And that Porsche Winders has been on the same pace as Merrill, but Merrill usually steadily pulls away from him. Jonathan?
Yeah, that was a good start by both of them. Yeah, in terms of qualifying, no question Merrill was faster, but I agree. Winders is looking really good now in that 911 in second.
There are so many famous cars in this group, I don't even know where to start, but just true SVRA fashion, they're throughout the field. The 2 cars in the back that should be in back, maybe 2 of the coolest cars here, both Grand National, before the NASCAR series, before they named it NASCAR, the 1969 Ford Talladega, the Dodge Charger. Big Red is here. One of the most famous cars. It's run in La Carrera through Mexico. It's done the Bonneville Salt Flats. They set it up for just different kind of racing. Well, it's here, which is unbelievable to have it here, a 555 under the hood. So cool to have these cars. And then just all the stock cars, all the NASCAR cars, like we were talking about the Mark Martin cars. And then this car here of Winders, where I said that his wing has a wing. That is just a super fast Porsche.
Yeah, that Ford Talladega, that was actually named after the Talladega Motor Speedway. It opened in 1969, and Ben, as you mentioned, it won the Grand National Championship with David Pearson driving, and then also it won the ARCA Championship that same year with Benny Parsons driving, both of those going on to great NASCAR Hall of Fame careers.
And I've put in-car cameras in these cars, and no power steering, no power brakes. They're huge cars. It is like an exercise, a physical exercise in these cars. So for these gentlemen to come out, Ron Miska and Doug Schultz, thank you guys so much. Just putting on a fantastic show. RJ Gottlieb in that 1969 Chevy Camaro Big Red. Unbelievable. Look at this, though. Scott Borchetta bringing it up with, I think that's Brian Lawrence behind him in the 69 Porsche 911.
Yeah, it is. Good battle.
Look at that. Locks up the right fronts.
Goes wide. Rare mistake from Borchetta, and the 44 is trying to pass.
Now, the Porsche should have the advantage throughout this section, but there's not great passing zones throughout here.
Pretty modern car. It's a 2020. Not this one. This one's 1969.
Yeah, Dodge Charger that Doug Schultz raced, that was raced by a guy named Ray Elder back in 1972. They had 46 races in that particular season. Ray Elder won one of them, finished 52nd in the standings, but a great testament to the history of SVRA, history of NASCAR. And you're seeing it right here in front of you if you're here at the track, and obviously right in front of you if you're watching here on speedtour.tv/YouTube.
Beautiful day here in the wine country of California, just outside San Francisco, at a place they used to call Sears Point, but we know now as Sonoma Raceway.
Now those Porsche 911s, they used to have an IMSA GTU class and an IMSA GTO class. It was kind of pretty much the training ground, I guess you would say, for the IMSA big cars. And those 911s were just absolutely terror in the GTU class. Them and Mazda RX-7 usually had a very good battle for the championships, but as the Porsche progressed, obviously it went into the 935 and the 962, and they continued their storied winning in the Porsche factory.
I had a question here from Dubhead. Is that a real 935? That is the real 935, yes. You are seeing that correctly.
K3.
Which is just crazy to see out here in our Group 10. And then there's Goldman out there in that number 13. Steve Goldman from the Pacific Northwest, a 2002, TA eligible, because he raced with us at Group 10 in Portland a few years ago. And I said, hey, man, you want to run in TA? And he gave it a shot and was really quick in TA with us.
Yeah. So how did they do the damage there? That's an odd one.
I think somebody locked up and anything about it and hit him. Not his fault. It's just kind of the unfortunate things that happen when you're racing here. Yeah, great flag shot there from the Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour.
Yeah, Karen Tai in front of him, and Goldman was just getting ready to go around her, and she spun. He said he thought he had her passed, but his nose just caught one of the corners of the car, and that crew spent all night long trying to smooth that out and get that nose fixed up.
So here's two friends right here. Looks like the Irv Hare car of Gordon Johnson just took Walter Brown, both from the Phoenix area, both running equally yoked cars. That's a beautiful car there, that Gordon Johnson. That's a Paul Gentilozzi Rocket Sports car. And there goes Walt Brown in the Pink Panther.
He said it was quick, and it is.
Very quick, yeah. Both those cars are very quick. They're both with Aerolane. I spoke to Chris Hines with Aerolane. So if you're in the West Coast and want to have your car set up well, look at Chris Hines and Aerolane, because obviously Walt Brown and Gordon are having a blast out there.
I believe that's a battle for position. I believe those are both GT2 cars. Brown in the Camaro, I think this is a Z28, and the Olivetti Neolife Oldsmobile Cutlass. Cutlass had a very storied history both in IMSA and Trans Am as well as SCCA. It won 4 national championships with a variety of drivers.
Yeah, you're right. They're both GT2, GT2G.
Both gold medallion.
Steve Goldman back up here. Gold medallion cars, yeah, that's right, from Optima batteries.
Then what makes a gold medallion car?
Gold medallion means they have to be raced as they were raced back in the day or prepared back in the day and then they have to have just really good either patina or livery. Like this is a gold medallion car, and look at this badass Dodge Charger.
What a beauty.
Olympia there, Doug Schultz. That is one of the Grand Nationals. Look at the livery on this. This is what NASCAR used to be, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
I don't have the information. I'm trying to see there, but I was reading his board. They all display boards in our paddock, but that's one of the most historic West Coast Grand National cars.
Beautiful.
Hall of Famer.
1972.
And Jonathan, that car is 50 years old.
Looks like he's coming in.
Look at the beautiful preparation on that car.
I know.
So Doug Schultz is coming in, did exactly what we asked the drivers to do, indicate that they're coming into pit lane. So thank you, Doug, and thank you for bringing that car out. What a great show.
Into the Spike Coolers corner.
Here's that 935, followed by the Decon Monza. And really, the Decon Monza was kind of put out of commission by these 935s back in the day.
Yeah, the IMSA championship was contested between Holbert. The last championship year he won was just the starting of the Porsche 935s before they went to the Kremer models, which was actually built in a factory adjacent to the Porsche Stuttgart factory. And the reason they were called Kremers, they had a K2 and a K1, and this is a K3. This was most advanced before they went to the 962. But yeah, first couple of races, we had something called All-American Racing Group. And John Paul Jr. had a huge blue Chevrolet Corvette, and he tried his darndest after the Decon Monza, as you say, was kind of put out of commission by these Porsches, to stay with them. And he would finish in the top 5, but he really wasn't a contender. It was basically Porsche. If you wanted to go IMSA, if you wanted to win, you had to call Stuttgart and order a Porsche 935 Kremer.
White flag is out. We are under one more lap to go. And this has been a fantastic exhibition stroke race. And I say exhibition because we've been given a nice bit of knowledge from each of you today about these cars, which I'm sure really does bring them alive, because it really is. We've got cars all the way to 2020 down to 1969, that Ford Talladega, which is just magnificent. I too am with you, Ben. I do love that, and I remember that Porsche with the Japanese writing around the world. I think it went to Le Mans too.
Yeah, that's a beautiful car. And I just heard from Mr. Thunder on our YouTube that that Gentilozzi Olds, that Gordon Johnson has always been one of his favorites. So keep them coming. There's our leader, Thomas Merrill.
That is a really unique looking car, isn't it?
Yeah, I think there's 2 of them that were built as he passes the Hardee's car from Days of Thunder.
That's right.
But no Rubbins racing today, boys.
No, that's certainly discouraged here.
And you're not kidding, are you? That is the Days of Thunder car.
Oh, yeah. That car started in Days of Thunder. Yeah, and look at this. Here comes Thomas Merrill coming down in this beautiful T8 car. I know Bill Riddell years ago owned one of these Falcons. I think 2 were built, and I'd love to see that thing racing in the TA Heritage class this year.
Yeah, that was the car that I was talking to you about, Jonathan, while Ben was coming up here, that Tommy Riggins built. And he had one time owned the fastest lap at Daytona Speedway in a Ford Falcon. Obviously, it was Ford Falcon body. It was not necessarily a chassis, but it was Ford Falcon body on that car. But Riggins, an excellent engine builder and very instrumental in starting Bill Riddell in his career.
So Thomas Merrill, the California kid, and the legacy of the Merrills here in California from Salinas, California down the road, puts another win on the board. The Ford Falcon from 2008 is the winner of this race, and Scott Winders in the Porsche 911 started second and finished second, and Scott Borchetta in his 2024 Mustang takes 3rd position, and both Merrill and Borchetta will be in action, of course, later in the weekend. My thanks once again to Ben Sissel and to Scott Conway. We'll take a short break from the wine country. Why don't you do the same? We'll be right back.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Why am I excited to drive?
It won't be a burden on my family to drive me to my extracurriculars, including swimming, show choir, voice lessons, youth group, and leadership programs.
Places I need to be, like sports, so my parents don't have to drive me, and so I can have a social life.
I'm excited to drive so I can go from 2 horsepower to 100.
I could say because of freedom, but I'm more excited for what I will be driving. A 1972 Datsun 240Z.
I'm excited to drive because I'm going to save the manual, like this one. Hey man, you can't drive that thing yet. You don't have a license.
I am excited to drive because it'll be a monumental step to a life of independence. And who knows, maybe my dad will let me drive his Pirelli.
Beats walking.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
As you can tell, I like to go fast. Our race team is really well prepared. We like to look good, but we also like to dress good, and that's why we shop at Franklin Road Apparel. I own the company, and I wear the clothes that we sell in that store. So check us out. We carry all the top brands: Baldwin, John Barbados, Billy Reed, Goodman brand, and on down the list. So come see us, Franklin Road Apparel, Franklin, Tennessee.
Lightweighting means reducing mass and consolidating parts. No one tackles these design and tooling challenges better than three-dimensional services. We'll provide flexible tooling solutions, including integrating parts, reducing design complexity, or even design changes. We're the go-to source for rapid manufacturing and low-volume production. Trust three-dimensional services to develop the most efficient approach to meet your lightweighting challenges today. Three-dimensional services. Prototype, production, proven.
Menards is the Midwest's ultimate home improvement store. Family owned since 1958, Menards is the one-stop shop where you always save big money. Get the Midwest's best selection nationwide when you shop online at menards.com. We make it easy to complete your projects around the house, big or small. From hardware to plumbing or paint to appliances, we carry it all. Visit menards.com today to save big money at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Welcome to the Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour, round 5 of the Trans Am series. Now, so far, it's been totally dominated by our current champion, Chris Dyson. And if he keeps on doing it, as he did last weekend at Laguna here at Sonoma, well, the rest of the opposition are going to be worried because his next round is at home, of course, at Lime Rock. And Adam Andretti, that's the good question. How can they stop Dyson?
You said it, Jonathan. He's trying to run away and hide with his championship, Chris Dyson is, and he's doing a darn good job of it. Started that again last week at Laguna with his dominance. He wants to do a little bit of the same out here this weekend. Tommy Dreese's right there, but not only Tommy Dreese could be a protagonist this weekend, Greg Pickett really runs well here, and he's already shown a lot of speed here this weekend.
Well, let's talk about that. If they're going to stop Chris Dyson, where do they do it here at Sonoma? What are the nuances? Where can you overtake?
Well, Sonoma's just full of nuances, and there's great overtaking places. We see turn 11 down there, a great spot out of the S's here through turn 10. You get a great run down there. NASCAR's been famous for overtaking maneuvers down there. Also into turn 7, the carousel's another tricky turn here that if you get a great run down this back straightaway, it's kind of a drag strip, you could get that drag race done down to the inside. Sonoma's also famous for attrition. It can be warm here, and the track is a little bit difficult on cars. You know, there's a lot going on, switchbacks, and a lot of hard braking zones.
Well, as you say, they're all chasing Chris Dyson. Dreese currently in second place, the man from California. And third is Amy Ruman, a former champion in that number 23 McNichols Corvette. Could she be the one to step up this weekend? Well, Ben Sissel is down with her right now.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm here with Amy Ruman right now. I wanted to talk to you about the championship, but Amy, it looks like there might be a little bit of bad news going on.
We had a little hiccup this morning in practice. We broke a fourth gear. Hopefully we'll get it back together. The guys are working really hard to get everything going for us again, and unfortunately we'll just probably start from the back.
So the championship in TA is always really tight and anything can happen. What's your strategy now moving forward?
We're only on race 5, so if someone has a bad race, falls out of a race, anything can happen. We saw last weekend at Laguna, a lot of stuff happened in the last 5 laps. I think the championship is still up for grabs, in my personal opinion. We'll see what happens. I mean, Dyson's on a roll right now, but luck changes.
Well, if anybody knows how to win a TA championship, it's our 2-time Trans Am champion, Amy Ruman. Back to you guys.
Hey everyone, welcome to the wine country of California, the Sonoma Valley. This is where all the good stuff is made, and when it comes to motor racing, there's been some great stuff made here too, in terms of history when it comes to great racing. You're looking high above the complex of Sonoma and the main grandstand. That's where we're perched, right above the pit lane and start finish. But as you can see, the undulation, some 169 feet of undulation here, originally farmland for Sonoma, and of course known as Sears Point originally, and now of course we call it Sonoma Raceway. And it's been the home for NASCAR, for IndyCar, and of course for us here in Trans Am and SVRA. It's a beautiful day here. The wind has been probably the main factor of talking point over the last few days. Even the Golden Gate Bridge was humming with noise, upsetting the residents of San Francisco, as we've got a wonderful parade of historic cars going on at the moment here at Sonoma before we get down to the modern action of TA. And as you heard, Amy Ruman will be a factor in TA, no question about it. She's third in the championship at the moment with 97 points, but we're waiting on an update about her gearbox parts to see if she got them all night, overnight. Tommy Dreesy second in the championship, and of course Chris Dyson, as you heard there, leading the way. So without further ado, let's head down once again for the pre-grid with Ben Sissel.
Well, thank you so much, Jonathan. Ladies and gentlemen, here I am at the end of the GT class here. I wanted to start. This is a Lamborghini. Beautiful, an XGT. So cool to have a Lamborghini, but check this out. It's got Ferraris written on it. Enzo Ferrari would be spinning in his grave over that. Mike Sheehan, you here. You were with us just last weekend. Yeah, with the skunk as well. So tell us about this car.
Well, this is a Lamborghini GT3 car. It raced in the Asian GT Series in 210, 211. It won the Macau Grand Prix in 210, came in second in 211, was put into storage in 212, and we bought it last year. We're here, we're having fun. We did get stuck in second gear yesterday, and so we only got in a couple of laps, so we'll see what happens today. But it's a great car. We love the series. We like being with Trans Am. Everybody's so friendly, and we're happy to be here.
You're totally living the dream. The number 73 was for your 73rd birthday. I've heard a rumor that you've got your daughter coming. She's here, but she might be out here racing with you as well.
By the end of the year, we hope she's here as well. We were talking with Aaron Colwell, trying to get the right combination of car we can run, and we think we know what we can do. So we're going to try and have my daughter here by the end of the year.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Mike Sheehan. Get a shot here. We're going to hear from him later, but that's Juan Gonzalez. Let's talk to Juan. The Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour, so awesome to be here with you. You had a great race in your Porsche, but now you're back on the grid with Trans Am. How's that feel?
Oh, it feels great. It's great to be back in Sonoma, and more important, to support vintage racing and Trans Am at the same time.
Nice. I love it. We're going to hear from Juan here in a little bit, but Juan, thank you so much. Howard Johnston, really fast at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Tell us a little bit about your car and what your plan is here for Sonoma Raceway.
Well, my plan is to get it back in the trailer in one piece. That's my ultimate goal, and try not to scratch it. They made it a little too pretty, you know. I don't want to tear it up. So I'm just trying to get around here clean and not hold anybody up and have some fun.
I love it. There's Howard Johnston, was with us on the podium just a week ago at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Dirk Leuenberger right here. Dirk Leuenberger, cool little thing about him, he owns Aquastar, which is the largest seafood distribution company in the world. So right now he's probably making a deal to sell some shrimp or something like that. Not at grid, he's late to grid. But then we've got Chris Evans, the builder of this car and the car that we just talked to Howard Johnston, SGT. This is a crazy car. Now, it's wearing kind of a TA2 body, but it is not TA2.
It's like a TA2 on steroids is what it is. We've got big tires. We got big engine. We got a big wing. Now we need a big talented driver, and I think we got the whole package, but I'm going to do my best today.
I love it. Chris, thank you so much. Thanks for bringing out these beautiful cars. He's building more. If you're in the market in the Portland area, then let's come to Cindy Lux. Cindy Lux, I'm walking through the paddock today. She puts me in a headlock and says, when are you going to talk to the GT driver? So, Cindy, here I am. All your drivers appreciate it. you had bad luck, and I'm not used to Cindy Luck's not finishing races, especially not at the top of the podium. So tell us about what happened. I know it was a team effort to get back on the track here.
It was. We kind of had a little explosion with the flywheel, unfortunately, big boom, as we say. But it was one of those deals where I looked at Fred and said, do we have that part in the trailer? And he looks at me like that look of death, like Within 2 hours of the race over last weekend, someone was in the car driving to our race shop in Portland, Oregon, drove all night long down to Laguna, arrived at 8 o'clock with the flywheel. We prepped the car for this race, and we're here today. So it's just, honestly, it's team effort, the spirit of the racing, what we do. So my job today is I got to haul ass and to thank him. That's my thanks.
Nice. I love it. Cindy Luck's always giving us some of the best interviews. She's giving away some koozies here, some stickers, her Dodge Viper, and then Michael LaPaglia showing up last weekend at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on the podium. Now the front of the GT cars. That's got to feel pretty good, Michael.
Oh, it feels great. This is my second race here at Trans Am and second time being here at Sonoma, and was just able to lay down a good lap yesterday. Got a lot of track time on Thursday and Friday, and was able to get a good time and get on pole, so super excited.
Nice. Now your background, you've done motorcycles, Supercross, Baja, but then I hear that my friend Adrian Lostowski in TA2 kind of talked you into coming and racing. So are you enjoying Trans Am?
I'm loving Trans Am. We did race with NASA for a few years, and to get to this level is an accomplishment in its own, and super proud to be here and be racing with these talented individuals. And yeah, motocross, Supercross, a little bit of Baja 1000 in a race car. So here we are on the pavement, and I really enjoy it.
Loving the pavement. Let's keep the pavement under him. This beautiful factory Ford SGT car. Really cool. Now this spot right here, I'm missing my friend Amy Ruman, the number 23 McNichols Chevrolet Corvette. If you know anything about Amy Ruman, she's going to do everything she can to make the grid here. She might have to start at the back of the grid. I'm not sure of the rules, but this is Amy Ruman's spot. We've got the Dyson team here, and here's Masood. Man, 2 in a row, buddy. Awesome. Let's talk about this Sonoma Raceway. You guys had such a fantastic race here in the Pro-Am Series last year. As soon as we left the grid, it started raining, and it became a strategy race. Looks like we're pretty clear here today. What's your strategy?
I think it's just to keep the tires, just conserve tires. That's it. That's basically it. Yeah, weather's perfect, so going to be a good one.
Now, who's this dude trying to steal your camera time?
This is my buddy here. I'm going to take care of him today. He's just going to follow me around till we're ready to race, and then I'll just try to stay out of his way.
How cool is it to hear from a legend like Greg Pickett down here, getting the encouragement? And that's just the camaraderie here in the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. You've got legends like Greg Pickett out here hanging out, having fun. Greg Pickett, dude, you are my hero. Unbelievable. That's so amazing. I think anybody should aspire to be Greg Pickett, winning in 6 different decades in a pro series like that. Letting us borrow Stevie Dix for the whole season. Thank you. That's awesome. Ken Twait's always the best-dressed man at the grid, running the Franklin Road Apparel, beautiful black Camaro. And if you know anything about race cars in black, it's not easy to keep it this sharp. What's your strategy today?
Well, I mean, it's 100 miles. It's kind of warm. It's windy. There's all kinds of variable conditions, and you just got to make it to the end, This race always seems to come to you at the very end of the race. You're going to be out of tire, out of brakes, out of everything. So get to the finish, and then we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, these 850-plus horsepower monsters are not easy to control, especially near the end of the race. Dreesy's putting on his balaclava. How's it feeling?
It's feeling good. Thanks for coming over and saying hi, Lucas, Mav TV. I think this thing's gonna be good at the end. So we gotta really take care of the tires till the end of the race. Dyson's hooked up here this weekend, but hopefully we made some changes to the car that it's going to be a little bit better, and changes to the driver's brain. And yeah, love you guys. Thanks to all the fans out there, Lacey, Jagger, Elon.
Nice. All right, and now we come over here to Chris Dyson. Chris, something that I pointed out earlier, these 4 stickers. Genelozzi, wait, hold on. Genelozzi, get in here. Let's talk some more Trans Am legends. So we've talked to Greg Pickett. You've got one of your older cars here racing with us, an SVRA, but now you're back with Tommy Dreesy talking to your competitors. Is that normal in Trans Am?
Well, the Dyson family is legendary in motorsport.
Chris is carrying the tradition on, and they've always been friends. They've always been quality class people. Racing's not about butting heads with your competitors. We respect them. He's fast. He's the guy in the lead of the championship. He's the guy to beat.
I love it. How does that feel, hearing that from a legend?
Well, I mean, honestly, the Trans Am thing, it's just incredible being in this series. You know, you're surrounded by legends and on the shoulders of giants, and you know, it's so nice to hear from Paul. I mean, great to have those guys back in the series, and obviously Ron and Tommy, they're formidable competitors. We're really happy to be starting from pole today. The Altwell car's been fantastic here. I'm looking forward to rounding out the California trip and hopefully ending up on the top step of the podium today.
Nice. Now, I may be talking out of school here, but it seemed like last year's championship run kind of started here at Sonoma Raceway when you had the new Altwell livery on there, and it seemed like you were unstoppable since then. Greg's giving you all kinds of information. What's your strategy to keep these ladies and gentlemen behind you?
Well, I think the car's been great both races. So, you know, the biggest thing is just it's controlled aggression here. It's about managing the tires, going quickly, and trying to stay up front. Yeah, I mean, we got to just keep doing what we've been doing, and if the car stays together for us, we're going to be up front.
Nice. I love it. This is a modern 850-plus horsepower Trans Am car. We're watching over 100 years of motorsports leaving the grid there behind the cameraman, all the old cars, the pre-war cars, which is super cool. But let's talk to, as we're talking about this 100 years of motorsports, let's bring in the Trans Am fan, Trans Am owner, Tony Pirelli. How does this feel?
What a great event. I mean, anytime the sun's shining and we're putting on a race, they're already ahead of the game. Got a huge crowd today. The place is jammed. The cars show. We got Optima Battery doing their street car challenge. We got a huge car show. The Trans Am's here. SVRA's here. It's just a great weekend. You know, to do this back-to-back with Laguna Seca and now to come to Sonoma, this West Coast swing couldn't be better.
I love it. Tony Pirelli there. He went to his first race, I believe, 1968 at Watkins Glen. And now
1969, my first Trans Am race at the Glen. Mark Donahue, Roger Penske. I mean, it was the who's who. Pirelli Jones was the who's who of racing, and that set the hook. And here we are, way too many years later. I'm just thankful to be a small part of this. It's huge.
I love it. Tony Pirelli, owner of the Trans Am Series. Ladies and gentlemen, I need you to clear the grid. It's about to get loud and a little bit dangerous down here on the grid. So if we could ask all the fans down here to clear the grid, please. So there we see Tony Pirelli talking to Tommy Dreese, getting some insight. Chris Dyson putting on his race suit. So I'm with Carly Rhodes, who is singing our national anthem. Carly, this is going to be, is this one of the first times you've done this? Is this kind of cool seeing all these cars down here?
Yeah, this is the first time I've ever been on a racetrack.
Nice. So Carly's first time ever being at a racetrack. She's about to sing the national anthem. So ladies and gentlemen, if you will take off your hats, I'm going to give the mic to Carly Rhodes. Take it away, Carly.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free? and the home of the brave.
Oh my goodness, Carly Rose. Hold on, let's get a shot of Carly Rose. Look at the camera here. Unbelievable. Superstar in the making. Carly Rose, beautiful. Thank you so much for doing that. Jonathan, back up to you.
Thank you, Ben. Yes, we look down high above Sonoma. A wonderful rendition there. Slightly blustery conditions, but as you can see from these drone shots, it's absolutely gorgeous here today. Let's take a look at the grid as it stands going into this one. Chris Dyson, the championship leader in the Altwell Ford Mustang, leads the way. Tommy Dreese, his closest rival, is alongside again. Watch out for Ken Thwaites in that Franklin Road Apparel Chevrolet. He is looking good. And, of course, the classic, Greg Pickett, is back and alongside Chris Dyson in terms of support. Who made Masood is 5th. Amy Ruman is 6th, but we're not sure whether she's actually going to make the race or not, or start at the back because she didn't make qualifying. Michael LaPaglia in 7th, then Cindy Lux 8th, Chris Evans, Dirk Leuenberger in 10th, Howard Johnston in 11th, Mike Sheehan in 12th position in that Ferrari Online LCC Lamborghini Gallardo GT3. So we look down and get ready for what should be a fantastic race here. We had a wonderful race at Laguna Seca. Remember, back-to-back, this is our West Coast swing. Back-to-back races at both Laguna and here at Sonoma. So let's head back down to Ben now as we get ready for those most famous words in motor racing. Ben, down to you.
Well, thank you so much. I'm here with one of my heroes and friends, Juan Gonzalez. He races with us quite a bit in International GT with SVRA, but he's also a Trans Am legend. Last time you raced here, you said, was in '97?
Yeah, back in the mid-'90s, I used to race with the historic Trans Am group, and I got to bring out the Can-Am as well. And so it was a lot of fun, and it's nice to be back here now in days, you know.
Now, we saw you earlier this morning in a Porsche 9146, and you were struggling to get behind that 911, but finally did. Are you having fun out here?
Oh, it's a lot of fun, and, you know, it's a better day. It's back to be in the office, you know. So it's a lot of memories, and I love, you know, it was a great race, great drivers.
Now, I know that Mission Foods is a food manufacturer globally. You're in so many countries, but you have a processing plant here, just real close, right?
Yes, we started the company in Southern California, Los Angeles. Then we expand here to the Bay Area and Hayward. The next one is close by in Fresno. So we're home. We love to be here.
I love it, and you've got some employees here. It is the Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour. Juan Gonzalez, you're going to be given the most famous words in motorsports in a few weeks at Indy, but today, your dress rehearsal, we'd love to hear the most famous words in motorsports given by the CEO of Mission Foods, Juan Gonzalez.
Drivers, start your engines!
So the beautiful sounds of the engines roaring into life here at Sonoma, as they have been doing since, well, 1968 it all began here. A 2.5-mile circuit, 12 turns in all, racing clockwise. Small field this weekend, but it doesn't mean the competition won't be just as acute. And the real battle is definitely between these two men here. Chris Dyson leading the championship on 125 points. Tommy Dreese on the right-hand side in the Lucas Blue car. Running for Paul Centelozzi is in second in that Lucas Oil Ford Mustang. He has 106 points. But then it gets interesting because Amy Ruman, as you heard, had some problems with her gearbox, and therefore the lady running third in the championship and former two-time Trans Am champion in trouble. And that means it's a great opportunity for Franklin Road Apparel Camaro of Ken Thwaites. Ken Thwaites in fourth at the moment, and also leading the Masters Championship up against Richard Grant. So Ken Thwaites definitely got his tail up, and as he said yesterday, with the way his TA2 cars are going so well, and he had a big improvement in practice to qualifying, it is showtime. Showtime, of course, the name of his race team. We're looking high above Sonoma Raceway. I'll be joined by Adam Andretti for the race coverage, and we'll get his insight, of course. Adam racing in TA2, but of course has done many a year racing against these drivers in TA as well. So we'll get his insight very soon. We're heading down towards the famous carousel here, and like I said, there's a lot of different lines to this circuit, and there's a lot of places you can get it wrong. 100 miles is a long way to be fighting a circuit like this. There is no room for error. And talking to this man, Chris Dyson, over the weekend, he said the two key corners here are the two hairpins, and the key is to get out of them well and cleanly. Here's one, but he's going slow right now, but we'll watch for that as the race continues, and we'll talk to Adam about it as well, because there are two distinct hairpins. That's the first, and the other one is at the other end of this Franklin Road Apparel sequence here, through here, or complex as we're calling it, which is 8, 8A, 9, 9A, and 10. 10 being the faster one. It slows down in the middle. I'll get to that with Adam in a moment. And then we head down to 11 and 11A, and that again is the Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler Turn 11, and that too is a very important corner to get out of and get fastly down that front straight, because there really are no straights here. I'm joined once again by Adam Andretti, who streaked up. I think he walked the stairs to get up. There is an elevator. But
no, I took it.
Oh, you
no, I
okay.
took it. I took it.
How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great, Jonathan. Thank you, and excited for this Trans Am race, SGT, XGT, here at Sonoma Raceway. This is going to be just a phenomenal day for us here.
First and foremost, conditions out there. We've seen the breeze in the flags, but pretty much set fair, right? I mean,
it's Sonoma Raceway. It's slick. The California sun beats down on this blacktop here, and so there's not much grip. This is going to be a tire wear race, especially with these beasts out here, and it's going to be fun. I mean, I think it's going to be super entertaining for us this weekend.
You know, I spoke to Jack Wood last night, one of the youngsters that's competing against you, and he said the grip levels change every lap. Is that the case?
It really is. Yeah, no, and that's typical here, and that's kind of what you're always fighting for. You know, that's kind of like the elephant in the room, so to speak, for Sonoma Raceway is, how bad your car's never going to feel good, but you need your car to feel less bad than everyone else's, and that's what everyone works for this weekend. So nobody here is going to be sitting there saying that they have this great driving race car, because it just doesn't lend to that here at this racetrack. But what you will find is someone will have less grip issues than everyone else. So that'll be the person that we'll see stretching distance on the competition.
Well, let me ask you this. If you were in Ken Thwaites' Franklin Road Apparel car, as we're on board with him now, how would you set up a TA car for this track, given that there are no major straights and there's a lot of technical corners, but mid-speed corners?
It's tricky. I mean, this is one of the biggest compromise tracks, because you're always fighting grip from the front while you're loaded up in the corners, and then you're fighting grip from the rear as you're trying to accelerate out of the two low-speed corners that I heard you talking about as I walked in the room. You have your hairpins down there, and Optima batteries turn 7, and then in the Big Machine Spiked Coolers turn 11 are these two hairpins that you have to get the drive off the corner, and because then those kind of set up some passing zones as well. So if you get that drive off of the Mission Food, the Optima batteries turn 7, you're able to come into the Franklin Road downhill S's, you can kind of set up your pass here into the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 11.
Coming into this weekend, I was looking at Amy Ruman, at Ken Thwaites, and obviously Tommy Dreese, as where can they find that chink in the armor, because there really isn't one, in Chris Dyson's approach to racing. He's such a bulletproof racing driver at the moment, with all the experience, and now the support of Greg Pickett as well. Greg Pickett might give him a run for his money, but Amy Ruman sort of falling at the first fence. She had gearbox problems, and she won't be there to make the impact she needed to. But Dreesy's got to do it here, hasn't he?
Absolutely, he does. And Pickett is going to be tough. I tell you right there, right now. And that's a shame that we don't have Amy Ruman in the field. That's a big, big hit for us to not have that, because I think this would have played right into her hands. She's very good at saving tires. It's going to be the deal. I believe we're coming to the green here, Jonathan.
Yeah, we are. And as you can see, Tommy Dreesy on the right-hand side of your shot, lining up against your pole man, Chris Dyson, breaking all the records as he did last week at Laguna Seca. The green flag waves, away they go, and up the hill for the first time. Chris Dyson leads the field. Tommy Dreesy slots into second. Good start from Pickett. He's got ahead of Ken Thwaites for the start as they go into turn 2 and up the hill and down the hill again immediately in the first brine crest. But that's a good start from Pickett.
Yeah, that's a great start there. Nice and clean throughout the field, even through obviously the SGT and XGT field. But everyone got through nice and clean. And Dreesy's not going to let Chris run away and hide right away here. And Greg Pickett and Ken Thwaites seem to be setting up a good little battle between themselves.
Made interesting comments that everybody in TA made sort of leading up to the race and on the pre-grid with Ben was, and you said it last week at Laguna, we'll wait for the last 15 minutes. That's where you need to be in the right position then. Explain that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only it's because of the tire wear. It's because of what you're doing with the attrition here too. And, this is a high attrition track in a lot of ways because there's a lot of braking, there's a lot of cornering. You're putting loads on the car all the time, and you're just kind of and these things, they're highly tuned machines, and you're just kind of waiting for something to give sometimes. So, I think this is going to be a balance of all those things throughout the 100 miles and 40 laps that we have here at Sonoma Raceway. But the GT class as it comes through here is a good battle, too, between Cindy Lux in their Viper and Michael LaPaglia in that Mustang are nice right up front with each other going back and forth. So that's another good battle there in GT as we see Ken Thwaites in the Franklin Road Apparel Chevrolet Camaro coming around here, spiked, big machine vodka, spiked coolers, turn 11.
And coming to finish the first lap of 40. And a good start from both Dreesy and Dyson. These two have been competing against each other in TA for the last few years, and it's been a healthy battle too. Dreesy's upped his game in the last couple of seasons. He's a former champion himself, and of course Chris Dyson is the current champion. And you can see from the drone the gap they're starting to build as they dive through 3 and heading down towards that famous turn 5. And this looks like the trickiest corner on the track to me because it's off camber as you go in, right?
Turn 4 really wants to suck you in and do some crazy things to your mind, body, and soul. Honestly, you should get to it. So yeah, it's one of the tougher places here. This is a really, really challenging racetrack. First of all, not only from a driver's standpoint, it's a lot of blind crests, a lot of like I said, I can't beat the dead horse enough with the grip change that we have, the level of grip here. But it's also you get zero rest.
Yes.
Physicality here. You don't see any straightaway because there is none. It's one of the most unique track maps that you find in our series or in the globe, period, because it's just so busy. But every driver loves coming here. Everybody loves to race here at Sonoma Raceway, and we're no different than the Trans Am Series. We're starting to see it spread out a little bit, but I tell you, Tommy Dreesy's got to watch it because Greg Pickett is filling up that mirror here real soon.
Yeah, no question about it. I think once he gets into his rhythm, and he may be up in his years, a winner into what, 5-6 decades? It's unbelievable. What a story. What a storied history he's had. I looked at the drivers he's run with over the years. Jan Lammers, so many of the ALMS guys. Obviously, Chris Dyson, that's how they knew each other. In fact, Pickett used to race with Bob Dyson back in the day. So that's how Chris knew him as a kid.
Well, I can tell you this. I don't care what. Better shape than all of us. The guy is amazing. He's timeless. He is really focused. He's had a life's work into making people live better with his products that he has out. So he's here representing, I think, their latest, which is Jim Weed.
Yeah.
And so I think there's a lot there going on for them, and a lot of good things in Greg Pickett. I think it's good to be Greg Pickett. He's a wonderful man, and we love having him in the paddock.
Yeah, he's the man that brought muscle milk to the fore and, of course, put it as part of racing. And so a lot of racers have over the years used that product, and it's certainly been something that we've seen at IMSA races and so on and so forth. So great to have Pickett on the grid. But it's Dyson who leads, but the gap is nothing really, just 0.9 of a second. Dreesy doing a good job, calm and collected. He's staying with Dyson. They're pulling away from Pickett in third. Then Thwaites is fourth. Masood, I need him, does Dyson, to help out. Masood Hume didn't really have the qualifying he expected. He was on the podium here last year, and also he was on the podium, of course, this time out last weekend. So Masood on the 21, the man we're looking at right now, a little work to do. He's ahead of the first of the SGT, and as you say, it's going to be a good battle between Michael LaPaglia from Southern California and Cindy Lux. Flywheel in the ointment, so to speak. A fly in the ointment, but turn 10 last weekend, she said she was spitting on the radio and she was very embarrassed because her father was listening in.
No,
but
that's
you
fine.
know Cindy's not going to hold back on when she's upset.
No, and I tell you what, I think her husband Freddie was even more upset. He takes it really personal because he works really hard on these cars. He's one of those. I believe he's savant when it comes to race cars and cars in general, and for them to have a mechanical failure was really, really rough on him. As we look here, Michael in the Mustang here doing a great job in this 31 Ford Mustang in the SGT class, doing a nice job pulling away from Cindy in the Viper. And I had a nice conversation with Cindy about, last week, and she's really anxious to get going here at Sonoma. Put Laguna Seca behind them and move forward. And so she's looking to have a good fight here. The car that's behind her is a West Coast car. So she really said that if, as the helmet goes on, I'll probably get in the battle. But as I'm sitting here talking to you, I'm trying not to get into their fight either. So, but beautiful views here from the drone that we have here as they go into the carousel.
Yeah, the man we're looking at, Michael LaPaglia from Murrieta in California, ex-motocrosser and supercrosser, and funnily enough has a great relationship with one of our TA2 drivers, Adrian Lostowski, and it was actually Lostowski who encouraged him to come to this championship. He raced in NASA before this, did a little bit of Baja, and like I said, was started off in two wheels. So it was great to get him on board as we take a look at Cindy Lux, and she's being chased hard by the 92 of Chris Evans. We heard a little bit about that car, the man from Portland, Oregon. Great to have him in. And don't forget, we've got the West Coast Championship as well as the National Championship. This is the first time that we've had the National Championship since 2004 here. We had a Pro-Am run here last year. Funnily enough, Chris Dyson did that. So that's the sort of, thinking man's racer that Chris Dyson is. He's like, I've got a chance to run here. Now, he's run here in IMSA, so he knows the track. But he thought, I'll tell you what, I'll just come in last year. So he's had more time on track than many of the others.
Yeah, I mean, and you bring that experience that he already has here. And it's true because they had no notes in the Trans Am car, but they came here with the Trans Am car last year and got a little bit of a notebook built, and that certainly comes to your advantage. And also having Greg Pickett underneath your tent. This is Greg's home. This is his backyard. This is a track that I believe even he would maybe argue that he knows one of the best in the country. And so it's having that all underneath your tent is a really, really big deal. As we look at this right here, the 32 car of Howard Johnston. That's it looks like a sister car to what Chris Evans is out there driving.
Basically, yeah.
And it's really trick stuff. And they're lightweight, high horsepower GT cars and look like a lot of fun to drive as well. And, that's another thing. Back on Cindy Lux, what I love about that is one of the few GT cars I think out there, it might be the only one, I looked at those other two that we just spoke of, that still has an H pattern. She's a 3-pedal car.
Yeah.
And you love that. And she goes, I love my gated shifters. We're on board here with Ken Schweizer, the Franklin Road of Perel Camaro. Coming through turn 10. That is a fun, tricky, fast corner. Hard on the brakes here into the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 11. This is a tight J turn. By J turn, you mean a late apex, as late as you can get, so you can get the throttle down, being nice and straight here. Coming here through turn 12, across the start-finish line. They used to come across a drag strip here back in the day, and it was so slippery. I got to race back in those days actually here, and it was quite interesting to slide across the drag or strip pavement and then slide across the real slippery stuff and then come back onto the grip.
I was doing my due diligence last night and I was watching lots of instructors, and I now know that coming into 11, you keep wide to the left and look for the 3 set of tires. There you go. I got it right.
Absolutely, you got it right.
Well, listen, we've been following the story of Amy Ruman, and obviously it's not a good one. She's third in the championship right now. Let's head down to Ben Sissel and find out what the latest is with our former champion.
Well, if you know Amy Ruman, there is no give up in Amy Ruman. This number 23 Nichols Corvette. There looks to be about 5 minutes away from finishing up. She's saying she's going back out there. So, Amy, when you get back out there, what's the strategy?
Well, first we're going to get out there. We haven't been out there yet. The strategy is just to get some laps in, and maybe other people will have some issues. I don't hope that for anybody, and that's not what we like to win, but gain. But I'm hoping you know, we just get some laps, get some points, and, you know, we never give up. I can't thank the crew enough. They've been working hard to get it ready and back out there, but the problem is we just had some technical difficulties.
Now, does it make you crazy hearing the cars on track right now?
Yeah, it's difficult. You know, it's just real disappointing, especially coming all the way out to California and then having you know, a mishap like this. It's just one of those deals, though. But we'll get out there. We'll make it happen, and it's early in the season yet, so we're going to keep going for it.
All right, Amy, room and crew, we'll get out of your way. Good luck out there. Gentlemen, back to you.
Great stuff, Ben. Yeah, and you can see for yourself, and Adam, you'll know all too well how long they are away from being 100%, and they never will be. They're rushing things right now, but this whole paddock feels for the McNichols team. It's a family team. Her father raced, of course. She's had a fantastic achievement over the years, and, you know, again, somebody that doesn't race here very often because we don't come here in a national championship, so you got to feel for them.
Yeah, this is really, I mean, you always feel for any competitor that's going to fall down to the wayside of a mechanical, because it's so far out of your hands, and your team works so hard. The men and women that work on these race cars, they work incredibly long hours, put a lot of sacrifice and love into this. So, yeah, it's just very difficult. And that's what it's all about, is to see this competition, to see the competition like we're seeing here between Tommy Dreese, the number 8 car, the Lucas. Just Lucas. It's not like a Slick Miss. It's just the Lucas brand MAV TV Ford Mustang there, chasing after Greg Pickett, you know, Altwell Ford Mustang as well. So this is going to be a good battle shaping up between those two.
Yeah, and since we talked to Amy, Dyson's done a really good job of putting a gap between himself and Dreese. The gap is now 2.2 seconds, so he's putting down the laps. But at the moment, Dreese's biggest problem is Greg Pickett, this man right behind him, because he really doesn't want Pickett to overtake him, because in a weird way, Pickett's quasi-teammates. He's racing for the West Championship, but of course he and Dreese have that history that goes back to Altwell and to Muscle Milk and so on, and the relationship family-wise. So they're basically teammates here this weekend. So Pickett's job is to get ahead of whoever's second.
And I tell you, he's closing that gap. I mean, he's actually right on Tommy's tail now, filling the mirror up, and that might be what's helping Dyson pull some of this gap on Tommy Dreese as well, is because once you start driving a little bit more out of your mirrors and quit focusing on the driver in front of you, you'll lose that gap, and that's what we seem to be seeing as we come through the carousel here.
Just heard that Lambo is out with gearbox issues. Funnily enough, I commentated on its win at Macau in 2010. I didn't know it was the same Lamborghini, but cool. I was there. So if I was there and he was there, I was doing it. But what a history. We brought that car all the way from Asia to race here. Brilliant.
That's incredible. As they go through the Optima batteries, turn 7 here, accelerate out onto the straightaway here, or onto the S's. I'm sorry, excuse me, the Franklin Road Apparel S's.
Yeah, Pickett's definitely reeling him in bit by bit, and you can see, like you say, he might be getting on there in a few years, but he is just as fast as he ever was.
Well, like I said, I mean, the guy, as far as physicality is shaped for physical racetrack like this, he's not leaving anything in the door there. And Tommy knows that. You know, Tommy's looking in the mirror, not thinking, oh, I'll wear this guy out. No, you're not going to wear out Greg Pickett. He's in for the long haul, buddy.
Well, Pickett's a 2-time Western champion and probably has the most Trans Am victories at Sonoma of any driver. He has 3 victories at this track in the Western Championship in 2020 alone, in addition to 1 Western victory in 2018. He's also won in 1972 in a Cat 2, and both the spring and fall races at the track in 1984. So, not
That's
bad,
so
is
cool.
it?
That's so cool. I mean, he's a walking history for us here in the Trans Am paddock, and we love having him around. He's so much fun.
Well, we just heard about Mike Sheen in that Lamborghini going out. Let's go down to Ben Sissel. He's got the latest.
Here with Mike Sheehan, already back in his street clothes. Mike, it doesn't look good.
No, we had gearbox problems in practice. We had gearbox problems, so I just pulled off. There was no point in being out there. Yeah, if it one shift, there's no point in being out there.
Well, Mike, unfortunate for you. Sorry about that, but thanks for making a good choice. I'm sure this Lamborghini will be back out here with us, maybe with your daughter. Thank you so much for joining us. Gentlemen, back up to you.
Yep, the attrition rate is high, but as you mentioned, Sonoma is a brutal place to go racing. And talking of being brutal, the Pickett machine, the great man himself, is all over Dreese. You know, it's funny. Dreesy, though, is probably the only other man, bar Pickett, that's been around us, for a few years, because he was been racing here for a few times from California himself.
Oh yeah, no, this is another home track for Tommy Dreesy. These are where he cut his teeth as well. So I'm not taking anything away from Tommy. We all know how much respect I have for Tommy and what he does, and as far as personalities go, you're mixing probably two of the most fun personalities in the TA class together right here, racing together, because you don't find a bigger smile on the faces of these two gentlemen at any point in time. And I saw Greg right after the drivers' meeting, and just as bright of a smile as he always has, and always as friendly and cordial as he always is. Tommy got held up, or excuse me, Chris Dyson got held up a little bit in traffic there.
So did Tommy as well, because Pickett's right there, and that's the Dirk Leuenberger they're going past. But that has narrowed the gap. It was 2.3, and I would say it's less than 2 now as Pickett and Dyson start to reel in the leader, Dyson. And interestingly enough, you mentioned the fact that Dreesy's got the history too. The last time we were on the national championship here was 2004. And the only two drivers that were here then, Pickett and Dreesy.
That's cool, yeah. And that's the thing too. And something we haven't mentioned here is what traffic is going to play into this, because this is a very difficult track for traffic. You could be 6 seconds faster than the car in front of you if you catch them at the wrong time. Oh, Tommy got a little wide there in turn 7.
Pickett's coming.
There's different lines. It's very, very wide down there in the Optima Batteries turn 7. So there's multiple lines you can do. And some people like Tommy, right there, look like he likes to take a really wide apex for the second one so that he can get the wheels and plant the power down on that number 8 Lucas Ford Mustang.
So let me put you in Greg Pickett's position, where, knowing Dreesy's experience here, and he's going to give him respect for sure, he looked at 11, but that was merely because Dreesy had gone wide as they come into there again. Into 7. But where would you, if you were Pickett, be looking for the place?
You're looking at 11 and 7. Those are the spots, and anywhere else is sketchy, but can be done. And at the same time, Greg Pickett's probably looking to be an opportunistic feeder here.
Yeah.
He wants to pressure Tommy into a mistake and then make the pass easy.
Both their last laps, a 138.2 from Dreesy, a 137.9 from Pickett. So they're both on similar form, but Pickett just that little bit quicker, and that's why he's literally hounding him down. And here they come. This is Michael LaPaglia in his battle in that beautiful Mustang.
Chris Evans really making short work of it, though, right there. And under braking. I tell you that those GT cars, the true that Ford Mustang GT car, not like a production-based car like it is, as opposed to the tube-frame car that's behind it. That sucker's going to be monsters under the brakes. And any kind of long straightaway, though, I think Chris Evans will find an advantage, as we can see as they went into turn 7. So this is going to be a really, really good battle for SGT all the way to the finish, I believe.
Yeah, great news to have Michael LaPaglia, because he's fairly new to this sort of racing. Like I said, he's done a bit of NASA, but he got talked into it by Adrian Lostowski, and they've got a small outfit, Papini's Parlor and Garage. He said, we serve pizza and we've got our garage there. I was like, God, me and Adam
that
would
work out well. Yeah, that worked out real well. And I mean, if this car is, as Am fans out there, this is where Adrian Vlastowski got his Trans Am start, was exactly in this car. He went and won the championship in the GT class, and Rookie of the Year and all that good stuff, and then came up into TA2 and has been in that hornet's nest ever since.
Exactly, and it really is a hornet's nest. I can't wait for tomorrow and the racing that we're going to see in that. But Dyson leading by 2.4 seconds, so he's settled it down again. Dreesy and Pickett caught up in traffic, but that gap between them has pretty much stayed the same at just over 2 seconds, but Pickett's still hounding. Thwaites has dropped off a little bit, but as you heard from Ken, he is sort of biding his time, saving his tyres a little bit, and will hope for a caution, maybe to kind of concertina things up a little bit. We'll keep an eye on Masood as well, because he's not caught or taken any time out of Thwaites. Meanwhile, this great battle here between these two. Chris Evans getting the power down here, but the braking all about Mike LaPaglia. Same again at 7.
Yeah, I think this is going to be entertaining. These two guys are going to have a lot to talk about at the end of the race, because this is fun. When you get to go back and forth and battle like this, this is what Trans Am racing is all about. This is what you show up to do. You show up to compete, and these two are doing it at the high level, and it's fun to watch. And I'm really, really excited to see the SGT battle develop the way it is. I believe, Cindy is probably just there buying her time there too in third place, just trying to probably keep some tires underneath her. This is a big tire wear race for them, as the Viper has a lot of torque. It's also a very heavy car. probably one of the heaviest GT cars. It's 3,500 pounds, so it's a lot of work to keep the tires underneath her for another 100 miles.
You'll know, or you can talk to this. She was saying, I said, how you doing? And she said, well, the Viper ain't a good car for this. So the Viper isn't the right car for this track. And I said, what do you mean? She goes, wheelbase. It's just too long. And I said, by how much? And she said, 6-7 inches, and that's all it takes for it to be hard work through those S's.
Well, they had to fit a big 10-cylinder engine under the hood there,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
that usually stretches your legs a little bit, and it did that on the Viper for sure. So, yeah, this is a place that you need a car to rotate kind of on a dime, and if the longer the wheelbase is, the harder it is to do that.
Yeah,
sure.
I think a 911 would suit you around here, wouldn't it?
No, this is 911 country here for
yeah,
sure. And, you'll see as our overall leader, Chris Dyson, is catching this SGT battle. Now,
yes, he is.
This is going to be tough on Chris because he's catching a battle that they're battling for their own race win.
Yeah,
so,
and the West Coast.
And neither of those two are going to give it up, right? I mean, they're going to make it hard work. They're not just going to pull over for Chris. Now you might see Chris Evans use Dyson as kind of a pick to try and get around Michael Lepackley, although he's going to try the inside here this time as opposed to the outside, and it looks like he gets it done.
Could make it work. But as you quite rightly point out, as they battle and take strips off each other, Chris is coming quickly. Now, where then will Chris try to get away and past them? Before 11 or into 11?
He caught him at the wrong time, in my opinion. You know,
okay.
you catch him here in the S's, and you're kind of stuck. It's going to be very, very hard, a risky maneuver to try and get around. As you can see here, he's just now trying. I mean, he's stuck behind him all the way through 9, all the way through 10. Look at Dreesy's closing the gap on our leader from that traffic. That was a big, big hit.
Oh, he's going for one of them at least. Yes, he's got Lepaglia. And here comes Dreesy and Pickett. Pickett looking for a way past Dreesy, but Dreesy sensing an opportunity here now with the traffic as well.
Yeah, we'll see what that cost him. It was 3.6 last lap by. This time by, that gap has changed down to, we'll see here only.
Yeah, but just as they cross the strip, 2.1.
Yeah, so it cost
big,
him a second
change.
and a half. You know, that traffic cost Dyson a second and a half. So you really have to be able to manage that, and that's really tough to do here at the track and at Sonoma Raceway here. So I know that's weighing on Chris's head. He's probably going to use that as a good lesson on where he wants to catch him and how he wants to catch him. Oh, the 23 McNichols Corvette making its way through the paddock. Amy Ruman, get out there, get some laps, my dear.
And by the way, that we don't have a trolley that I know of or a go-kart, so that is Tony on his feet. I love it. Go on, Tony, steady as you like. I wonder if he's going to chase it down and keep it going.
That's pretty impressive.
That's pretty impressive.
That's a pretty smooth. Did he steal my one wheel?
I think he might be on your one wheel. No, it's a golf cart, I think.
Yeah,
but hey, good work, my friend. Nice work. Following him out, following the story, and here she comes. The McNichols 23 Corvette of Amy Ruman. And they had to shuffle in some parts from the factory or from their garage overnight, and they just didn't get here on time. But let's face it, we all know what we're up against when it comes to packages at the moment. Things are very tough at the moment, and so yeah, they've done a miraculous job. And you've been in this position before. You know how hard it is to get a car that isn't right back out on track, and it doesn't matter how long, you just want to get it out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're here to race. You're here to be out there. You're not here to be a spectator when you're committed to that, and that's always tough as a competitor. And I know Amy was probably really just devastated in there. She held her own really, really well in her interview, and you know, that's a really run operation. They're doing their hardest, and I see a little bit of smoke coming out Dyson. That might have been a right front lockup getting into turn 2 there, but I saw a little bit of smoke.
So are you saying that is mixture, or is it proper?
I'm hoping that it was just tire lockup.
Okay.
You know, I really am. I hope the smoke I saw was absolutely nothing, but I will say this. When Tommy Dreesy saw that gap close in and that 1.5 disappear, he got the bit between his teeth again, and he decided to pick it up a notch and start matching Dyson's lap times and pulled about 0.3 of a second on his closest competitor, Greg Pickett, behind him. So I think this race is far, far, far from losing its excitement for us. So we're on board down the carousel here. This is the WeatherTech carousel, and we're on board to Franklin Road Apparel. Chevrolet Camaro, Ken Twaits.
Yeah, one thing you notice when you go on board, Adam, is just how many times you're literally blind cresting over hills and picking out, a tree or a flag or something to make sure you're in the right spot.
That's the West Coast Mid-Ohio.
Yes.
And that's the best way I can describe it. Low grip, everything's up and over the hills. It feels like you're on a country road that you know really well.
But you're
and
not 100% every time.
You feel like you're going somewhere. And you just, I mean, it's blind crest. No matter what, it's always blind faith. You know, I mean, if even when there's waving yellows, you don't know where the waving yellow is, right? You approach with caution, but again, you don't know where they're going to be. Are they going to be right in your line, or are they going to be offline, or things like that?
I've told this story before, but Ken Thwaites is a great story because he started off as our first XGT champion a couple of years ago, back in 2020, and moved on to TA. And it's a great story because he came back after 10 years sabbatical from racing, where he was putting his time and energy into work. Started out racing, but then gave it up for 10 years, which is no mean feat. And obviously, he's been around for a few years too. So Ken has almost got a new lease on life, and he's come into TA. He bought a car for Adam Carolla, who didn't get to race it last weekend, the famous podcaster and comedian. And so now he swapped engines because he had a fuel pump. He got taken out at Laguna last week, and the fuel pump broke. And so they didn't want to run the car. They were worried about the engine, so they swapped the engine out, put Carolla's engine in. So it's been a busy time just to get Ken. And I saw him yesterday, and he was literally bouncing off the walls because he improved by 2 seconds from his time between, you know, getting everything right. Plus, he's also running 2 TA2 cars in Cameron Lawrence and Carl Reitquist. So pretty big entry.
Yeah, Showtime Motorsports has really stepped up. Ken Thwaites, and you know, I've known Ken for 25 years. You know, did a lot of work with him in the ride and drive business in his company PDI, and he's not only a great man, he's a great man to work for. He's got that big bright smile in the paddock. I always encourage the fans, you know, that's what's so great about Trans Am racing and Speed Tour weekends. Get down there and talk with these drivers, talk with these crews, because they love to share their stories, and Ken Thwaites is one of those great stories. And we're on board the Altwell on board here, Chris Dyson. That's on Blind Crest. That's here right after the Mission Foods turn 1 is that turn 2. And that's a really big, that's a spot that really can catch you into some trouble here.
You know, you race drivers often talk about hitting your marks. You notice it here more at Sonoma than anywhere else. You know, you're looking for that one corner. Okay, I got to hit here, and now I got to drift across, and then I'm looking for that second tree, and I got to hit here before I turn to the carousel. You can see them almost hitting them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, it's one of those things where when I'm at home in the cheap seat watching the races, I'm saying, oh, why'd they place the car there? You know, this is, you know, at a track that I know really well, and you know, and here's no different. You know, you could see, and Laguna too. You know, like where we were last week, you could definitely see. But here at round 5 at Sonoma Raceway, it is a tricky joint. As we go through the Franklin Road Apparel S's, that's another area. You get into the final part of those S's. 8A is blind, is completely blind, and it really tightens up on you on the exit. So if you don't have your head in the game, you know, you can really mess that up right there. And a lot of the other series go straight off into this chicane right here, like IndyCar has done in the past, and the bikes do when they come here. Instead of making that turn around 8A, they go straight into that chicane. And it's funny, my teammate Rafa yesterday, he was quite embarrassed because he run here in an IndyCar. It was the last time he ran, so he almost missed that we were doing this configuration. And
he came through here.
Yeah, he almost did. He almost did, but yeah, I was right behind him, and it was funny in my in-car. You could see me laughing at it. But it is a fun racetrack. It's a driver's track, and that's why you see the performances that we see here out of someone like Chris Dyson, who we're on board with.
So down again to that famous right-hander here, just hitting those marks, getting on the power early, but not too early, and making sure you hit. And then another blind crest over this hill into the carousel. We're at 18 laps now of the 40 complete, and Chris Dyson in command, 2.7 seconds the gap to Dreesy. Pickett's right there in third. Thwaites biding his time, if you will, not pushing too hard, hoping for a caution, hoping for something to give. As we take a look, Masood's not made any inroads either, and I'm surprised to see who made Masood so far off the pace anyway in 5th place. 5th place is not a bad finish, but you'd expect him to be more competitive. A man on the podium last week and last year at this race.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good stuff. And you know, I think Pickett's almost gone into a little bit of a conserve mode. Watch his lap times. Greg has kind of been, he's the crafty veteran, as we know. So, and nobody knows laps around here like Greg Pickett, and they're starting to catch traffic. And I saw Dyson, when the traffic came into his sights, he opened up a gap by another half second. So I think he learned that lesson last time, and he wants to make sure he's got enough of a gap so that if he hits that traffic in the wrong spot again, that doesn't cost him that, to where, because I believe you get Dreesy now that you get Tommy right on the back bumper of Chris Dyson, that's going to turn into one heck of a race. So we look at who made Masood here, his All Graham. This is Ford Mustang. All Graham is a social media site.
Yes, that's right.
Where you own your data. Well, how about that for something?
That's pretty progressive looking,
pretty
forward
impressive.
thinking, isn't it?
Yeah. So.
That's the sort of thing that you think, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's his company. Very, very typical British guy who made. He's very, very well spoken and lives in London, and he struggles to get out here to get his, he often misses the odd practice day here and there because he's running his business. But he's, very competitive, and he's known Dyson for a long time. They've paired up on many an endurance race over the years, so they're happy to run with each other. They understand each other, and Chris can obviously give him data and feedback from the track that he's coming to, and he can arrive sometimes on a Friday, miss the first practice, and still qualify well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the most important thing here, too, is that's he's a friend, It's more than just someone that another driver inside your tent. He really, really thoroughly, they enjoy each other's company. And I tell you, Tommy and Greg are not letting Chris just run away with this one.
Nope.
We saw that happen at Laguna last week, and at this point, Chris had pretty much had the demand of the race, and he doesn't have that right now. And that's going to be, as he goes a little bit wide there in the carousel, that's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Getting to the halfway point of this race, Tommy Dreesy trying desperately to stay on level terms with Dyson. And as we said at the top of the program, Dyson, well, he's just been on an absolute sprint, hasn't he? I mean, bar that tire problem he had at Charlotte, which a lot of drivers had, he has been picture perfect. Sebring, Road Atlanta, Laguna, and now here. Lap records along the way. Do you think that there's a reason for that? Maybe the tires, whatever. Do you think that the reason why they're going so much faster than last year? He's half a second quicker here.
Oh, it's the tires, for sure. Yeah, no, Pirelli brought this new 18-inch wheel tire package. Not only the tires, but the brake package, too, that goes along with the larger wheel. So it is by far the baddest GT car on the planet, is a TA car. It's got the most horsepower, 0 driving aids, the most tire width on it. The profile of the tires, right, the big brakes on it, it does make it the baddest GT car on the planet now.
Talking of the baddest, I reckon Chris Evans, the man we're looking at now, has the baddest cowboy hat. He looked like something out of Yellowstone yesterday, and I said, it looks like you've been through a rodeo in that hat. He said, during COVID, my hair grew long. I didn't go and get a haircut. He said, this hat just put all my gray hair up into the top, he said, and then no one could tell the difference. He said,
that's funny.
I just kept wearing it.
That's funny. That's good times. No, I love that about Chris. He's doing a great job. He fought his way through the field, and I don't think he had the qualifying he wanted. He's fought his way through the field there, and he got the lead, and he got Michael LaPaglia is in second place, and Cindy Lux, and with their deals is all good too. So done a great job there. And Cindy Lux too. It's important to notice that it's important to mention that's a customer program too. Dirk is out there in one of their cars, and so it's a great group to contact if you want to go have some fun at the racetrack.
Just to confirm, top 3 in TA, Chris Dyson leading Tommy Dreesy, Greg Pickett still third. In SGT, Chris Evans leading at the moment ahead of Michael LaPaglia of Southern California, with Cindy Lux in third position. Cindy Lux just wanting to get her national series going. She doesn't usually do the national series. It's been a while. She's been out of it, but she signed up for it, and she really wants to get a result, certainly out of this weekend after disappointment last time out at Laguna.
Absolutely. It's all about getting out of here with a good result, and she's working on that right now, doing a heck of a job there in P3 in the SGT classes. We're looking at Michael LaPaglia on the screen right now in that number 131 Ford Mustang. It's a beautifully prepared car by that whole fast group down there, Adrian Flostowski, and they're such a unique group out of New York and in the city there, which is amazing to me. And to hear the challenges of getting a race rig into New York City and what they have to do and maneuver around the shop, and does an awesome job and a really knowledgeable young man, and I'm so excited that he's spreading his love for Trans Am to those and attracting new great talent into this paddock, because Michael's really a treat to have around.
Yeah, he is. Nice guy too, and loves this place. Has won in NASA the time he came here back in 2013. He got 2 wins over the weekend there, so he feels like this is a comfortable track for him that he knows well. He's still learning the car. Laguna wasn't as well known to him, but certainly he's done a fair few track days and races around this particular track.
Yeah, no, he's doing just a phenomenal job. Like you said, he's And we've got to change for position. Ken Twaits has gotten around Greg Pickett. So I'm wondering if Greg Pickett had an issue somewhere because he had a pretty good gap.
Yeah, he's on
Ken Twaits. He had like a 20-second gap on Ken Twaits. So I think there's something that happened to Greg that we may have just missed out there on track.
Well, his last lap time shows a 1:58, so that's a lot slower than he's been. So that's a real shame if Pickett is nursing that car, sadly, because Twaits is now up to 3rd place, and that's an important, or will be an important race for Twaits.
He's back on pace, Greg Pickett is. So
maybe he made a mistake.
And it could have been something like, these things run 2 ignition boxes.
Okay.
One ignition box could have got really hot and started misfiring, and then you got to click to a different ignition box. That'll cost you time. That'll cost you easily 20 seconds. Which is what we saw cost Greg. So
what do you feel in the car? Does the car just start
It starts
out?
misfiring. Yeah, it starts misfiring. And then you start, you don't know if you're blowing up or if you got an issue. And, it takes a while. It takes those moments, 10, 20 seconds to diagnose it and start switching the boxes around. And hopefully you can get things going again. But this gap, Tommy Dreese.
Come on, Tommy.
I'm telling you, he's on it today. And this is one of his favorite places. And this is one of the rare weekends I've had an opportunity to talk to Tommy and catch up with him or Chris and to see how they felt on this weekend. But this is really exciting stuff to watch.
Well, I talked to Chris myself. He was just having a massage, and as he always does, he gets prepared physically as best he can. And so physically, I'm not worried about Chris. And he's his best lap at 1:35.4. Right now, he does lap at 1:37.7. But no question, Tommy Dreese faster than him last time out at 1:36.6. So Dreese is coming, the man from Lucas Oil.
And they've been really working hard over there. I believe in that Genelosi gang has been really working hard to keep the tires underneath that Lucas.
Tell our audience a little bit
Mustang.
about that. Tommy Dreese has raced for Claudio Burton, or did race for Claudio Burton for many years. Swapped teams this year, and we've just seen a kind of an approach almost from Tommy where they've dialed him in a little bit tighter.
Yeah, Tommy's like any of us big kids. He wants structure. He needs structure and loves that structure. And Paul is one of those people that has no problem delivering that structure. And that's Paul's success comes on being structured. So I believe that's what we witnessed there. And Tommy is really thriving in that environment. As you can see here, his competitiveness this season for 2022 has upped that level even another. We've seen him step a level up each season here over the last few seasons, and he upped it yet another level. Now, I believe Chris, didn't like how that last lap panned out because he seems to have kind of sat there and done his own again and got back into it as Greg gotten that back by Ken Twaits. As we're on board Ken Twaits, so you can see Greg right in front of him. Set sail again. And
I think your ignition idea, I think could be a good one.
Yeah,
unless he made a mistake or got stuck behind somebody, but it doesn't look like that.
Yeah,
it's a big gap.
Yeah, and getting stuck behind someone we saw would maybe cost you earlier with Chris. It costs like 1.5 seconds, not 20. So, I'm guessing something mechanical inside the car. As I didn't see any dust in the car.
No.
We have a pretty good view of the track here, Jonathan, and I didn't see any dust flying anywhere. So, I'm guessing that it was something along those lines.
Well, we're here at Sonoma Raceway, here in the heart of the wine-growing country of California. I can see a vineyard just across the way from our commentary position as they dive into the final corner. Ken Twaits crossing the line now. We'll keep an eye on his time. He's now behind Greg Pickett in 4th position, but trying to stay on level terms. His last lap at 1:38.6. Pickett up the pace, 1:37.2. Meanwhile, Dreese is putting real pressure on the leader, Chris Dyson. So this could end up, as it often does in TA, into a cracking battle at the end. He just goes past Johnston. Does Ken?
Yeah, Ken is out there doing what he needs to do, getting the laps in, putting in that 100 miles and letting kind of things fall where they may. This has been a pretty clean weekend among all the classes. I don't want to jinx it, but we've done really well in our practice and qualifying sessions of getting through them fairly trouble-free. People are driving really within themselves this weekend. I've been very, very proud of our Trans Am competitors and the way they've done.
Twaits past Cindy Lux. We're also keeping an eye out as for where Amy Ruman is. She's done 9 laps, so we take our hat off to the fact that they've got out there and they put some laps in, because you're going to score points if you can get a number of laps under your belt, and that's what Amy's looking for. And it's good to see that she's out there. There she is in the number 23.
Yeah, and she's being smart. She's not pushing to get into anybody's race. She knows where she stands. She knows where she's at. at this point it's a test session for them. They need more miles on this tire. They're still trying to figure it out there at Rumen Racing in that McNichols 23 Corvette. And so that's the biggest part for them is right now is getting data. Getting this data down so that they can learn more about this tire and take that in when we get to Lime Rock here in a few weeks for round 6.
Yep, and that will be a favourite not only of Chris Dyson, who is based there, but also of the likes of Amy Ruman. Those classic circuits like Watkins Glen and Lime Rock, who they've raced a million times, Mid-Ohio, where she's from, and that's what they're looking forward to. Even Adrian Lostowski said, I just want to get back to New York, the place where I know I don't have to fly anywhere, and I can get parts, and I don't know. He said the stress level of being that close to the racetracks, 3 or 4 hours here or there, is so much different than coming right across to the West Coast.
Oh, it's huge. No, I think most of the national championship people, we have nothing against being on the West Coast, but we're ready to go home. We're ready to be back on the East. And, no, the tracks out here in the West are amazing. Obviously, WeatherTech Raceway last week at Laguna Seca. We're at Sonoma Raceway this weekend. I mean, as far as facilities go, you can't beat them. I mean, but at the same time, like Adrian said, I lived out in California for a year, raced out here in the Southwest Tour with NASCAR, and I could tell you, I missed being in Indy or Charlotte because you would just, if I needed a part, you just drive down the road and get it, a unique race part. Where here in California, I would have to order the part from either Indian.
Yeah. How hard is it to race a NASCAR around here? Doesn't matter what championship you're in around here.
It's very difficult, and that's why we've seen drivers come here in those series and just kind of take dominance, right? We've seen Mark Martin and Rusty Wallace and Dale Earnhardt through the 80s and into the 90s, and then Jeff Gordon went on a tear here, and then Tony Stewart, because once you find a magic notch here and you could just find a half a second on your competitors, you can kind of keep that secret and hold on to it a little bit tighter and go on a little bit of a streak here. As we look at Cindy Lux here.
Yep, that beautiful Viper.
Yeah, the Lux Performance Group, again. Great group to work with, great to be around, a lot of fun. Freddie's got the toys, right? Freddie Lux knows how to build the fun toys, and they don't just do Vipers, there's pick your brand. Pick your car. Pick what you like.
She's been very faithful to the Viper, just as
she has.
Lee Saunders has.
Yeah, absolutely. No, they love it. And she really enjoys driving. Like I said, it's an H pattern still. She's got 3 pedals, a ton of torque in that V10. Now, they restrict them quite a bit. She's in a 50-millimeter restrictor, 3,500-pound race car, so it takes away what the perceived advantages of the Viper is. She said, what's funny is most people ask what my advantage is. I tell them it's under the brakes. As you can see here, getting into turn 4, it was hard for, I believe, is that Masood? Humaid Masood trying to get underneath her. She's going to make hard work of the brakes, and because that's where she says that advantage is on that Dodge Viper.
The gap has settled to 2 seconds, just over, again, between Dyson and Dreesy. That's the battle we're worried about in terms of the championship. Pickett is racing for the West Coast, but wants to get as many points as possible. Thwaites is toing and throwing with Pickett at the moment. Obviously, Greg Pickett had some sort of problem earlier, about 10 minutes ago, and is back on pace and is back to 3rd place at the moment with Ken in 4th. Humaid Masood, that we were just talking about, he's currently in 5th. And then leading SGT is Chris Evans, Michael Lapaglia 2nd in SGT, and Howard Johnson now up to 3rd, ahead of Cindy Lutz.
Yeah, it's a heck of a day here for racing in Trans Am at Sonoma Raceway, and I tell you, the traffic's starting to get a little bit full here between turns 9, 10, and 11 between some of the competitors, so it's starting to get some of the tight areas, but it's pretty well strung out among the rest of the field. And as we're working, which is 13 laps to go here.
Yep, not long now, and this is where, am I right in saying that there's Dirk Leuenberger, part of the Cindy Lutz Performance entry list, if you will. Another beautifully prepared number 35.
Yeah, that's a beautiful looking car as well.
And a West Coast champion.
It is a West Coast champion.
Good looking car. But yes, when you start to look at 27, does your engineer come on? I mean, you don't need him to tell you, do you? But do you start thinking about your strategy for the run to the line?
Oh, of course. Yeah, I mean, it's the last, in Trans Am, you're looking at the last 20 miles always in this series. It's a 100-mile race on the same tire, fuel burn off, and things of that sort. So, like I said, the competitor's done a really good job to keep this race clean so we can go green so far the whole way. And we're watching. I mean, Tommy Dreesy is not letting anything go. Last lap time by, it was a 36.7 by Chris Dyson, a 36.6 And he pulled in by a tenth of a second, his competitor. So this is staying really, really nice and fun between these two.
And 2 seconds is totally doable at any point.
Oh, absolutely, especially as tire wear here. We'd have no idea what the next 12 laps of tire wear is going to do here because they've never been here on this new 18-inch tire by Pirelli.
That's a good point. No one's done 100 miles in.
No, and so it's going to be really show us a lot. And they're going to collect a lot of data and go home with them here.
Now, besides the obvious, which is the car starting to get loose, tell me a little bit about how you start to feel the tires going off. Is there more indication than just being loose?
Yeah, I mean, you have that and braking, under braking as well, right? You find lockup to be easier and things like that. That's because of tire wear. You can see Tommy and things fishtailing all the way up the hill there. So you're feeling that as well. Even in a straight line, the thing doesn't want to grab grip. It becomes. Just imagine what you feel like when you're on ice. It's very similar to driving on ice, right? You're waiting on everything. You're just waiting on it to turn. You're waiting on it to stop. You're waiting on it to accelerate, and it's very, very similar.
Well, this is a classic TA2 race. It's a game of cat and mouse at over 130 miles an hour, 850 brake horsepower under the hood. Classic Trans Am and a classic Trans Am racer in Tommy Dreese.
Yeah, what a beautiful livery car that is, too. The Lucas Oil, or I always say Lucas Oil. It's hard for me not to say that. I live in Indianapolis. We have Lucas Oil Stadium.
Yep.
And
of course you do, yeah.
I've known Forrest Lucas for a very long time. Morgan Lucas' son, has got shop there in Brownsburg, Indiana, where I live. And they're sitting there, they're supporting MAV TV on the car as well. And any race fan out there, best networks to go and tune into is MAV TV. You can watch anything from swamp boat races all the way up to Trans Am and anything in between, but it's good stuff to watch. And Tommy's got a great relationship with the Lucas family, and he's fostered that really nicely, and it's great to have them and their presence in our Trans Am paddock.
Now, Adam, Amy's had a spin, or she's gone off track. What's happened here?
Yeah, this is out of turn 7, so you got a lot of space out here to get things turned around.
Yeah,
I can't even tell you, Jonathan, how slippery it is right there.
Really?
Oh my goodness! That is almost like a patch of ice that they put right there. See where the pavement changes color?
Yeah.
Where it's light color, you have no grip almost.
Really?
Almost absolutely zero grip.
Well, she spun it round, pushing on, obviously, but she's still out there. She's got 13 laps under her belt. But we're now starting to get to that business end as we look at Amy Ruman. There's up and coming to be 10 laps left in this race. 100-mile sprint. TA Trans Am action here from Sonoma. Tommy Dreese trying desperately to get on level terms, and it's ebbing and flowing in terms of lap time, as you pointed out. Last time out, Dreese was just slightly quicker, and in the last lap, Chris Dyson upped the pace again, a 136.2. This time a 136.6. Dreese up again. He's gone up by a tenth. So they really are toing and froing. It doesn't look perhaps as spectacular as when they're wheel to wheel, but when you're watching the timing, and now this battle starting to erupt between Pickett and Ken Thwaites. Thwaites putting on a sprint. This is exactly what Ken said he would do. He'd wait till the last 10 laps and make his move. He's doing it now.
I believe he was right on target too. When you look at it, Greg Pickett had to do a lot of work on those tires to stay the way he did early on. And now he's, maybe paying the price with this battle with Ken Thwaites. Now, up front, I've been thoroughly impressed by the pace. It's incredible to still be turning 36s at this late stage of the race when their fastest laps are only a second quicker earlier on in the race when everything was more fresh. So this is amazing to watch from our leaders doing that. And we're watching the pace, level off, too, for Ken Thwaites.
Yeah, a little bit of a lock-up through for Pickett. But we've got news from the pits. Paul Gentilozzi, the man who's running Tommy Dreese, is with Ben Sissel. Let's head down.
Thanks, gentlemen. I'm with Paul Gentilozzi. Paul, what's your driver, Tommy Dreese, saying to you?
Nothing. Not a word. Not one comment. Just driving.
That's usually a good sign.
Well, that's what I told him to do.
Paul Gentilozzi, also a man of few words. Back up to you, gentlemen.
Well, you say that, and I'm surprised because that's the least I've ever heard from him.
I mean, that's exactly what we spoke to earlier, right? When we said that Tommy likes that structure, and I'm pretty, Paul knows as good as anybody because he's been behind the wheel, and he's been very successful behind the wheel. So he knows that when your finger's on that button and you're talking on the radio, it's costing you time. It may only cost you a tenth of a second, but that's a tenth of a second you gave up to bring information that really in a 100-mile race, unless you're going to come down pit road, really is kind of useless.
Coming out of the final complex, the Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler turn 11, and now onto the main straight again. It's starting to heat up nicely between these two as they head up the hill again. Ken Twaits, we're on board with him now. Sticks to the left. You take over because you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he's going to climb up and use some of that curve there. Not going to be in a low gear because you're real light here, so you got to keep it in a little bit of a higher gear so that you can put the power down. You'll stay in that same gear here through 3 and 4. Down here, I'm 3A, 3B, and then you get down here to turn 4. Hard on the brakes, down 1 gear. Accelerate. You can accelerate all the way through turn 5. We're flat through here in a TA2 car. Then as you come up here into the WeatherTech carousel, hard on the brakes, down a gear. Gonna shallow entry, just like Ken had. Let it wash out, just like he's doing. Then you want a straight line off of the WeatherTech carousel, down the straightaway into the Optima batteries, turn 7. Hard on the brakes here coming up into the Optima batteries, turn 7, down to your probably lowest gear. I'd say probably second gear, maybe first in a TA car. Short shift into second gear, into third gear. Hard on the brakes here. Set up for the Franklin Road Apparel S's. Come up over the hill here. Big roller coaster ride. Get light in the belly. Get the tickle belly through there. As you come up here into turn 9. Turn 10 is brutal. Turn 10 is so fast, you can't make a mistake there. Into the Big Machine Vodka. Spike Cooler turn 11. Tight, tight, tight. J turn here. Hard on the brakes. Down to your lowest gear. Try to get that wheel straight as soon as possible. Get that power down. Accelerate through turn 12 and cross start finish line, Jonathan Green.
Brilliant stuff. Adam Andretti taking us around Sonoma as nobody else can. He knows it well and will be pedaling himself later, but sadly, no more pedals moving for Amy Ruman. She is stopped and getting out of the car. I wish Ben good luck if he tries to talk to her, because this will be a very disappointed Amy Ruman. She got out there, she got some laps in, you know.
I'm going to guess that this is past the point of diminishing return, right?
Yeah.
So she's more laps down than were left in the race.
Yeah.
So even if the attrition took part, so now at this point they would just be spending money, really honestly.
It's a good point.
Burning tires, burning fuel, using up equipment. So this was a smart move by a veteran group. Go ahead and pull in, call it a day. You got what you needed out of it. Amy, you're a soldier. We all love you, the 2-time champ. Much appreciated. Much love to you from your fan base from around the globe. Great job.
Yeah, what a shame. Amy Ruman Racing and the team, disappointment here at Sonoma. Put 1 to experience. Now let's go on board with Dyson. Let's take it again, Adam. You take this around because you can watch and look at Dyson. You've seen him many times before, but tell us what you see.
You know, he's a guy right now that's stretching the gap. He's found the 37s when Tommy was in the 38s and was able to stretch the gap out to 4.2 seconds. So it took some of the drama away from us, I'm sad to say, but at the same time, that really kind of eased up Chris inside there. He's able to relax a little bit more, get in these last 7 laps. Highly encouraged, too, if you're watching live stream at home, it's fun to follow along with Race Monitor or some sort of timing and scoring, because it gives you that whole other perspective that Jonathan Green and I are also speaking about up here, too. It makes it a little bit more fun to watch and adds a little bit of an interest level to it as we're on board here with Chris Dyson. Comes out of the WeatherTech carousel, hard acceleration into Optima batteries, turn 7.
You know, it's interesting as we watch Chris Dyson, and I'll let you take him. This is one of his main corners. Tell me what you see. You say it's icy there almost.
You see, look at his throttle trace. Tiptoeing just to get the power down through there. Up over here, Tickle Belly Hill here.
Through the Franklin Road Apparel Complex, as we call it.
Yep. Beautiful job here through turn 9, turn 10. This is a tricky spot. Get up on that curve. Don't want to drop a wheel and exit. That'll shoot you right into that building there.
So as we complete a lap with Chris Dyson, beautifully done again by Adam Andretti. As we have a masterclass with Dyson himself, let's head down to the pits again, as Ben Sissel does now have Amy Ruman.
And I'm here with Amy Ruman, a little bit disappointed. Amy, what's going on?
We made it out. We did some circulations, and unfortunately, we couldn't pick up any other spots. So at this point, I think we just decided to bring it in, save the equipment. There's nothing to be gained today for us, so we'll hopefully, get the 6th place points at least. And you know, I can't thank the McNichols 23 crew enough. My guys, they worked hard. They got us back out. We got at least the start, and we'll take the finish the way it is. But, you know, it's the highs and lows of racing. You know, last week we're on the podium, and this week we're in the pit lane. So, you know, I got to thank McNichols Company for supporting us. Without them, we wouldn't be out here. And, you know, thanks to everybody that's cheering us on from home. And you know, this one's tough. Tough loss today.
Tough loss, she said, but always running the strategy. Gentlemen, back to you.
Yeah, smart move, and as you say, nothing more to be gained except an overall 6th place by getting out there and racing. And you can see she's holding back what is a painful weekend for Amy Ruman, but they'll be back, as they say.
Oh, they'll be back, and she'll be back with a vengeance. You know, Lime Rock is a place that she goes well around, so, you know, the next rounds, got some time to get back home to Ohio, get that thing sorted out and ready for Lime Rock. So, like she said, she's got some of the best in the business. Take a look here, Greg Pickett. He's got like 30-plus family members here. His wife Penny is here. It's just it's a beautiful thing to see, and they're a wonderful family. We love having them around, like I said so many times before, and that Outwell Ford Mustang sure is a pretty looking ride, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And I'm just wondering, though, how quickly and how fast this man behind him, the Franklin Road Apparel man, as they come into 11, can do something about Pickett, because he's got time, 5 laps to go, 4 after this, and certainly Thwaites, he doesn't need any big more incentive to see where Pickett is. He's right in front of him. So there is a bit of a suck section where you start to see someone and you think, and you start to just push a little harder, don't you?
Well, yeah, it's called the sniff.
You got a sniff. You got a sniff of him.
You got a sniff of him. So once you got the sniff of him, you don't want to let that go. You want to keep that. And what I mean is you can almost smell them. You can smell the tires. You can smell their fuel because you're that close to them. And it just kind of fires you up to get you ready. And you do. You find those little bit of extra, as Ken's doing here. And, you know, Ken's about 0.3 of a second per lap quicker back and forth. And you see it, Greg, he's got a nice wide race car in front of him.
You know, you say it almost sounds sort of poetic to say sniff, but there's another side to it. There's a visual side, which is now you start to watch his corners, watch his car, watch where he places it. So if you can get intel that way, you can also see if he's a lame duck in terms of his tires going off and he's getting loose. And then you think to yourself, okay, I got this.
That's exactly right, Jonathan. You're exactly right. Your eyes will tell a lot of the story. And sure, if you're seeing him slip and slide around like he's watching, you know, he gets the second half of the lap, and I think the Franklin Road Apparel S's are very good to Ken Thwaites. He's very quick through here, and he makes really good work. And I think Greg kind of knows that, and that's why you'll see Greg get real wide here for turn 11, because he sees his Franklin Road Apparel Camaro get kind of big, and then you'll see him get kind of wide here. See as he gets a little bit wide.
Yeah.
And that's fine. That's all fair and game. You know, you're not reacting to somebody else's move. That's blocking. But if you want to make your car wide, that's completely within the Trans Am rule book. So nothing wrong there. It sacrifices his exit every time of 11, but nonetheless, and it brings Ken closer. But nonetheless, he's not leaving that door open for Ken either.
You're missing nothing at the front. The gap is 5 seconds between Dyson and Dreesy, as it has been throughout this race. It's been a battle between these two, but this is the closest battle on track, so that's why we're sticking with it. Ken Thwaites looking for a way past the great and mighty Greg Pickett. And I'll tell you what, it won't go without a miss that Ken Thwaites knows who he's up against, and what a scalp that would be if he could beat Greg Pickett in his own backyard.
I'm watching Ken Thwaites. What he did over 100 miles here with his pace is amazing. I mean, he went from being, very conservative to right now his pace is on top of the leader's pace. I mean, that's really, really strong.
That's very impressive. Good
point.
And
I think that speaks a lot to Ken and his ability to learn throughout a race weekend. This is not here with, he really, I'm sure, just wanted to get out of here clean and safe, and he's doing everything right as Greg goes real wide on the exit of 7 here.
Well, there's your ice bit, and that was a big mistake.
That was real wide, and it didn't cost him a whole lot because there's, like I mentioned before, and Optima Batteries turn 7. There's so much pavement over there. You could be very creative, and Greg might be looking for grip.
Answer me a question. I'm watching Greg's taillights, and he's literally just touching the brake here and there. Is that normal, these S's, and what does that do to the car?
You're trying to get positive movement on the front nose. You're trying to get the fuel under the nose. So, yeah, because there's such undulations and you unload the shocks, you're trying to get it back into where they into the load, into the shock load where they need to be, the damper load. So so some of that is massaging the brakes, and some of it is you're tagging the curbs here, and tagging the curbs will knock the brake pads off the rotors, and some of that, the little taps are to get that brake pads back to the rotor.
Okay, good point. You know what? We've been talking about Greg Pickett. Let's hear from his crew chief. He's with, that's Steve Dix, of course. He's with Ben Sisson.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm down here with Stevie Dix. Stevie, Greg is having a great performance. What's he saying on the radio?
Well, he's just concentrating on the racetrack right now and trying to keep the car on the black stuff. He's got a good battle going with Ken Thwaites for third place, and hopefully we'll just keep it going and finish the race up in third.
Perfect. Awesome. He's got over 30 family members here, including his wife, Penny Pickett, up there in the yellow sweater. Greg Pickett, good luck out there, buddy.
Well, she looks like she's having a good afternoon too. She's clearly a racing wife, really enjoying it and looking at every moment. Both these two made a bit of a mistake there as Thwaites got ever closer. We're running out of time though, 38 of the 40. Adam, how's he going to do it?
They both got really excited to get on power because Ken saw an opportunity to get underneath Greg, and Greg saw an opportunity that Ken was going to underneath him. They both jumped into power, and neither of them hooked up. And so we're right back to where we started. So Ken's just got to regroup here and go back on the attack. Greg just has to keep his head down, keep doing what he's doing. As you mentioned earlier, Jonathan, hit your marks. This place rewards that, so he just needs to focus on what he knows about this place, and he's just going to be just fine.
So Ken Thwaites doing everything he can to get on the podium here. Chris Dyson looks as though he's going to take the win. The gap is 5.7 seconds to Tommy Dreese. Dreese will have to settle for second and hope to get to the finish in good time. But the battle is on for third between Greg Pickett, the mighty man that knows Sonoma like anything in terms of how many years he's raced here, some 40 years plus. And the only man who raced in the last national championship race here, bar Tommy Dreese in 2004. But Thwaites looking for his way. Last time out, they both were on high 57s. Pickett slightly faster than Thwaites. Thwaites has got to up the game as we watch Chris Evans, who's leading SGT, reminding you.
Yeah, he's gone away handily in SGT, and he's cruised away and just going to kind of walk away with that one. He's got Tommy Dreese coming up to put him a lap down overall, not in class. This is not a class race. But Chris Evans hold a pretty wheel all day long in that GT car and done a good job.
And you can see that Tommy's having to deal with some of the other cars in the other groups here to try and get past them. He's trying to come up on the SGT leader, and you can see he's right on his line, but Chris is in his own race, and he's trying to hold off Michael LaPaglia in second place and Howard Johnston, his teammate, effectively in the West Coast, as they are looking for points. So everybody's got their own agendas out there. Dyson's got his, though, and he's leading the way and on towards victory.
Yeah, you can see right there, this is, again, still heating up. We got one lap to go. Coming to the white flag right here. Coming to the white flag for, I believe we got here, yep, for, nope, sorry, excuse me. Got one more lap after this. My apologies. My apologies, folks. But, yeah, no, the leader hadn't come across the line on lap 39. But, yeah, looking here at Ken Thwaites, he is not giving up. He wants 5 more laps. I can assure that. He wants 5 more.
Well, Pickett's got some problems now. He's got a car in front of him, and he dives down the inside, but he's not going to get through, or it's going to be hard work, and he locks up a wheel. It's LaPaglia, the man in front of him, but LaPaglia's in his own race, and that has not helped Pickett at all in his battle with Thwaites. These are really tense times for Greg Pickett, and although he's got all the look, you can see it for yourself there. What's that going to do?
That was a little bit of lockup, and Ken did a good job of avoiding that deal, and causing a big headache for both of them. So as we're back live right here on board with Ken Thwaites coming to turn 7. This has been trouble for Greg Pickett the last few laps. So he seems to be getting a lot of right front lockup.
And he's gone wide. Oh. And this is as close as Ken Thwaites.
Oh, Ken spins out.
He got distracted. Would you agree?
I'm going to tell you right now, that was that slick pavement there.
Okay.
We're on old tires. I've said it before when Amy spun over there. That is like ice over there, and Ken was really wanting to get underneath. Had a lot
of shame.
Had a lot of wheel in, was trying to get that power down to get around Greg Pickett here at the end, but that puts an end to that battle. Greg can breathe easy, and they got probably about just over a lap left, and this will be over.
Well, game, set, and match then for the mighty master that is Greg Pickett. He's going to take another podium here to add to his many, many other great laurels over the years. But Chris Dyson, more importantly, the championship leader and our current champion in TA, is marching on to yet another victory. It's been a brilliant West Coast swing for Dyson. Chris was lap record holder with these new tyres at Laguna, did the same again here yesterday at Sonoma, and has looked immaculate throughout the race weekend. He gingerly comes out of that final hairpin there where it's so slippy, where Ken Thwaites went round. But this is Dyson in the ascendance, and this is what we kind of expect from him, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this is what we're going to see from him, I believe, all year long. He's focused, as focused as I've ever seen him. I mean, I've known him for a lifetime, and, you know, the guy he's all in. You know, he can't be shook, and he just really, again, this week put on an absolute clinic. So good on you, Chris Dyson. Proud. I know Papa's proud of you back in New York. Great job, buddy.
Yeah, no question about it. Well, anything you like, but it's sensational speed and brilliant savvy, and a Sonoma win for Chris Dyson. And the Altwell Ford Mustang done it in style, absolutely brilliant. Wins by over 7 seconds over Tommy Dreese, who kept his head down. It might be 8 by the time he crosses the line, but Dreese will take second place. And crossing the line in third will be Greg Pickett, who will take the podium. Another great race by him. And it was great to see his 30 family and friends all here to witness it. But well done again to Chris Dyson as he extends that lead. And the ominous part, we said it at the top of the show, Adam, is that he now goes to his backyard of Lime Rock. That's where he grew up with him and his dad racing. Went there as a little nipper on Memorial Weekend to watch his dad week in, week out. That was the big weekend. It will be so again for him. But he's going there with his tail up.
Yeah, he is. And I mean, rightfully so. This group works so hard, as does everybody. I'm not taking away from anybody else by any means, but really good work by Scotty and the gang to get another win on the notch on the belt, and just trying to click off to try and back-to-back championship this Trans Am season.
So well done to the Altwell crew and that Ford Mustang doing the business. And yeah, Chris Dyson is definitely the man of the moment. He's a former American Le Mans champion and IMSA regular, but Trans Am where it's made his name, and he continues to dominate here as he has done for the last couple of years. Tommy Dreese, a great rival, coming alongside him now as they come out on the warm-up, on the slow-down lap. And Tommy will be, I'm sure, there he is, waving at him.
Yeah, that's some great camaraderie there.
Good camaraderie, yeah.
That's what we love about the Trans Am series. It's a big family here.
Lovely stuff. And yeah, really enjoying this Sonoma circuit. It's really quite special and quite demanding, no question about it. Now I've seen it in action.
That was flag to flag. You know,
Yeah.
we never had a break in action, so I could bet you we got some wood puppies out there.
Yeah, that's a good point. No caution, no nothing.
Very, very physical place, and I would argue probably the most physical we go to here in Mid-Ohio. You know, just simply because you're just working all the time. There really is no break.
And as you pointed out, good work by Ken Thwaites on the pace there with the leaders throughout most of that.
Yeah, his pace was incredible right there at the end. I was super impressed with what he had done and you know, how he developed over the weekend.
Adam, take me through this. This is Ken going over.
Yeah, just again, slippery here. I can't stress enough how slippery it is right there, and he got away with it there in a sense because you can see all the skid marks to the inside, and some of the rubber on the wall. This is a pretty common place that happens, and
it just went.
Yeah, it's nothing on Ken. That was nothing. You know, I'm sure he was probably went to the same power that he had done every other time. The problem was that he probably had a little bit more steering angle in than he had before because he was trying to tuck underneath a little bit of a mistake that Greg Pickett had made.
So here he is. We can see him for the first time, Chris Dyson, and you'll see that big smile on his face when he finally gets that helmet off and gets out of the car.
He gets to share this podium with his good friend Greg, too. I mean,
Yes.
this is a family. You know, the Picketts and the Dysons go back a long, long
That's
way,
right.
as you mentioned, Jonathan.
Yep, and we've seen them park next to each other in the garage all weekend long. Greg doesn't spend too much time at the track when he's not actually racing, but I'm sure they're going to enjoy this podium together as they are both in winner's circle. I can see Ben Sissel getting ready on the mic, and when that helmet comes off, we'll join Ben and get the words of the man. Well, the balaclava comes off. Let's go down to Ben Sissel, who I'm sure is about to grab Chris Dyson.
Well, here I am, Chris Dyson. You can go ahead and get everything off. That was another unbelievable performance here at Sonoma Raceway. How does it feel, buddy?
Well, I got to catch my breath a little bit, Ben. That was a terrific weekend, a great week for us out here on the West Coast. You know, coming out here and winning, finishing on the top of the step of the podium with the Altwell car. Greg Pickett out here, the Pickett family. I couldn't be more happier. This is a great points week. Tommy pushed me the whole way. And, just very satisfying to head into Lime Rock with a good points lead, and just couldn't be happier for the whole team and for the family.
Flag to flag, and you had Dreesy behind you the whole time. Greg Pickett, I know this race, this track means a lot to you. Has it sunk in yet?
No, not quite yet, Ben. I mean, this track is one of my favorite tracks in the country. And, Tommy was breathing down my neck the whole way. I was trying to pace it a little bit at first, and then I realized I couldn't gap him. So I just had to put my head down and push as hard as I could and hope we didn't get a bad break in the traffic, and thank God it worked out.
Nice. Well, we're about to get going here at the Mission Foods Sonoma Speed Tour. Juan Gonzalez is going to present the trophies. It's going to be a great celebration, but right now, gentlemen, back to you.
So, confirmation of the results then after what was a great race for Chris Dyson, and you can see the smile for the Altwell TA Mustang, and Tommy Dreesy takes second for Lucas Oil, and Greg Pickett taking third, another podium for him. Ken Thwaites, a good run for the Franklin Road Apparel car, and who made Masood in fifth. Chris Evans leads and wins SGT ahead of Michael Opaglia in seventh place, Howard Johnston in eighth, Cindy Lux ninth, and Dirk Leuenberger in 10th position. Further down, DNFs for both Amy Ruman and Mike Sheehan. Sheehan going out early, and Amy Ruman just coming in for as many laps as she could get in, but retiring the car. So then, 100 miles, no cautions, a good clean race, and we've set off in style with Dreesy chasing down Dyson up the hill for the first time here at Sonoma. And for the first few laps, Dreesy was definitely on the pace with Dyson and kept him honest. And likewise, Pickett in third position too. Then things started to get interesting once they got amongst the other field in terms of SGT. Amy Ruman finally got the car together. The gearbox was fixed and out she went. And they did get a solid 6, but they didn't finish the race. Disappointment then for the Ruman Racing team. And then Pickett and Thwaites went at it. Sadly, though, for Ken Thwaites, it all ended in a spin. Very, very tough out there, but it was a win for Chris Dyson. Yet another. And as Chris Dyson's car cools down, let's take a look at some of the highlights from the SGT Championship. Cindy Lux just behind Michael Opaglia, and they went at it. Chris Evans in the hunt. These two had a really good battle, and the Mustang just better under brakes for that SGT car. Plenty of power there. Cindy Lux going wide at 11 and allowing Chris Evans to go through in the 92. But Opaglia looked very good indeed, but in the end, the battle was won by Chris Evans from Oregon. Finally got his way past the Mustang of the Southern Californian. And once in the lead, the 92 did not look back. And that was a win then on the West Coast for Chris Evans from Portland, Oregon. So as we look high above Sonoma, beautiful, beautiful view, and you can see the vineyards in the distance there. And of course, that's time then to give you our chill out systems. Chill out, keep cool, move of the race. And here it is. Chris Evans on LaPaglia on the inside. He'd been on the outside throughout most of their battle coming into 7. And this time, he made it look easy. Got it done. No hassle, no drama. That's the way to do it at Sonoma. And Chris Evans is our chill out, keep cool move of the race.
Next one, too.
So as we look high above, a little bit of respite in terms of the noisy engines for now, but let's go down and get some more noise because we want to hear from more of our top guys as we head down to Ben Sissel and the podium celebrations.
Here behind Jessica. How long do you think until we go? All right. Check. All right, Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour. If you can hear me, come on up here. Come through the gates. Let's go. There's a way in right here. There's a way in right here. Please come up, join us. This isn't NASCAR or IndyCar. We want you guys up close and personal. We don't have barricades and boundaries. So you guys are too used to that kind of racing. Come on, join us up here because we need you guys to be loud and proud on TV. Is that cool? Come on up, everybody. Come on, there we go. Come on. We are going to start with the SGT West here at the Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour. First of all, has everybody gotten their bag of Mission chips? You can go right there, get your bag of Mission chips made by this man, Juan Gonzalez, right here. So let's hear it. Let's hear it for Juan Gonzalez Mission chips. I love Mission Foods. SGT West. In third place, let's hear it. Howard Johnston, here he comes right here. Ladies and gentlemen, look at that. He's even fast on foot. Our beautiful trophy person, Juan Gonzalez, to present the trophy. In second place in that beautiful Ford Mustang, let's hear it. Michael LaPaglia. Where is Michael? Here he is. He knows what he's doing. And first place, SGT West. Let's hear it in the 92. Chris Evans. Where's Chris? Here he is, right here. Chris Evans. That is cool. I like this crowd. You guys can come up a little bit closer, though. We won't bite. You might get some free Mission food from this. Howard. Seems like a replay of last weekend.
It does, doesn't it?
Tell us about your race out there.
That was a great race. Best race ever here at Sonoma. Loved it. Great car. Fantastic day.
Now, when you're out there in SGT and there's these TA battles, are you driving through the windscreen or are you driving in your mirror?
Well, I got a good spotter. He was on top of that, and he kept me abreast of what was happening behind me, so I didn't have to look back there much.
Nice. I love it. The spotters, these stock car guys, they know how to use spotters. Michael LaPaglia, nice job. 2 great weekends in a row. How's it feel?
It feels great to have 2 good back-to-back weekends. I'm just so stoked that the car ran strong for all 70 minutes last weekend at Laguna Seca, and same thing here in Sonoma. So it was a great race, and happy to be here.
Nice. Michael LaPaglia, let's hear from Michael LaPaglia. And then Chris Evans back on the top step. Chris, tell us about your race. Here, you grab the mic.
We started out, didn't qualify very well. Followed Michael and Cindy around, learned a little bit of lines, found out where I was slow, and I think those 2 coached me around them. I think is what happened. So they were both fast in qualifying. We were all just right there, but we had a good race anyway. Just the same. Had to go to work.
I love it. Chris Evans. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it. Let's hear how loud Sonoma can get.
Hold him up high.
Howard Johnston, Michael LaPaglia, Chris Evans. Actually, Sonoma can get pretty loud. You guys don't want to get close, but you can get loud. That is cool. Do the hat switches. Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour. Let's hear you guys out there. Howard Johnston, Michael LaPaglia, Chris Evans, hold them up. High, loud, and proud.
Okay. All right, guys. I need these.
Good stuff. All right, so Michael Dallenbach's coming up here for the champagne. We are in wine country. Let's see what these gentlemen do because this weekend is over for them. A little cheers, and then here it comes. the champagne shower. Nobody's going for each other's eyes. Some gentlemen out there. The next podium will not be that nice. Oh, okay, Howard Johnson's giving me a little bit. Next podium is probably not going to be that nice. Gentlemen, thank you guys so much. LaPaglia is already digging into the chips. He knows what's going on. Let's hear it one more time. Super GT West Coast. That was some fun racing. Take the chips, man. I don't know if you're allowed to take the chips, but I'd take the chips. We've got more.
Thank you.
Super GT National Series. I'll put some chips back. We can't rob anybody of their beautiful Mission chips. All right, let's hear how loud you guys can get. Super GT National, second place in that yellow Dodge Viper. Dirk Lohenberger, let's hear it, Dirk. You know, it's kind of neat. The man right here is the largest cornmeal distributor on the globe. This man is the largest seafood distributor on the globe. See, you guys could make some fish tacos together. And then in first place in that beautiful black Dodge Viper, let's hear it, Cindy Lux. Get louder than that, come on now. So Juan, how cool is this to be presenting trophies? You're on the podium with us all the time, but is it?
Cindy, congratulations, great race.
Oh, you're very kind, sir. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Juan Gonzalez, another racer. He's been out here with us in a 914. Dirk, what a race out there. That's crazy, because not only are you in your own SGT races, but then you got to watch in your mirrors for the other people.
Yeah, those TA cars are fast. It always makes it a lot of fun. It's a great day out here in Sonoma. Thank you, Trans Am, for organizing a great race. Thank you to all the race fans. Thanks to my family for being here, and thanks to Lux Performance for giving me a great car.
Nice. Dirk Lohenberger, like he's been up on the podium before. Pressure's on now, Cindy.
No, it was a good race. It was fun. You know, Sonoma's pretty special. I got my first pro win here back in 1999, but we didn't have anything for the West Coast guys today, so we got to work on that a little bit. But thank you, everybody, for coming out. We'll get those Vipers back up front overall. Thank you.
Perfect. All right, let's hear it. Team Viper, Lux Performance. Let's hear how loud the Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour can get. Dirk Lohenberger, Cindy Lux, showing us how it's done. Super GT National Series, as Eric brings them their Pirelli hats. Maybe a little tight, he says. Dirk Lohenberger, Cindy Lux, let's hear it, Sonoma. The louder you get, the more, wait, you're not done yet. The louder you get, the more Mission chips you get, Sonoma. As we pass out the champagne, let's see what Cindy does. She might be driving back to Oregon. Look at that. Oh! Look at that, stealthy. She goes right for the eyes on her teammate. He was not ready for that, and it looks like Cindy's done that before. She knows how to bang that thing on the podium. Nice job. Super GT National. Listen to this beautiful music. Thank you. All right, I'm going to say something that probably will never be said in motorsports. First place West Coast, third overall. This man has won a Trans Am race in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s, in the 2000s, the 2010s, and the 2020s. 6 decades of Trans Am wins. Let's hear it. Greg Pickett. Nice. He's got his family here. Look at that. Greg Pickett knows how to excite a crowd. He's got his gym weed. Must be something in that gym weed, Greg. Get up here on the top step. That is unbelievable. You've got Juan Gonzalez to present you the trophy.
Nice to see you again. We raced together in 2010 in IMSA. We have a lot of fun, and it's great to me to present your trophy today.
Thank you, Juan.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Thank you very much. Oh, you guys.
I know you could talk forever, so just tell us about your race.
Come on, it was fun. I made one little mistake and just got in a little hot up at the top of the carousel. Round it went. I said, gee, come on. Don't make another mistake like that. Get this darn thing started and get underway. So I did, and a third overall, and won another West Coast race in front of family, friends, and I mean that for my crew.
So, I got to tell you a funny story. So John Claggett, your longtime friend, president of Trans Am, sent me a text and said, try to go get Penny, Greg's wife, on camera on TV. I politely asked her, he's calling you up, because she says, I will not be on TV. But I know that's the secret to your success.
There is little question, there's no doubt about it. One for my beloved and supportive, put up with my shit for that many years. Give me a break.
Nice, I love it. Greg Pickett, let's hear it, Pickett family. Greg Pickett, first in West Coast. That is a record that will probably never be broken in motorsports. 6 decades. His first win came right here in 1978, where he took the lead over George Fulmer. How did that feel?
How do you think it felt? It felt like, when I was it was first time. First time's always pretty cool. I love it. No, George is a great friend of mine, and Trans Am racing is just such a joy. I'm so happy with my guy who's up #1. Chris had he's off to a great start. I'm proud of him with the Altwell. My best buddy, Tommy. Tommy, you were excellent today. To everybody, my crew and all you fans, thank you for being here today. And Penny Pickett, get up here. I want to give you a hug on camera.
Somebody escort Penny Pickett up here. I got to tell you, there's got to be something in this gym weed or this muscle milk, because this is unbelievable. Stay up here, Greg. Hey, who's Masters? Greg's Masters.
But he's also third.
Okay.
So wait.
Okay, so we're going to do third national. Stay up here, though, Greg. And Greg was Masters, right? I forgot to mention that Greg is Masters. As we get a shot right here, Tony Pirelli, owner of the Trans Am Series, forcing Penny Pickett to come up here. I know that she's shy, and I'm also smart enough not to put a microphone in her face, because she might hurt me. In third place, let's hear it, Franklin Road Apparel, Ken Twaits. Come on up here, Ken. Third place. Unbelievable. Wait, what did you say?
I think I know this guy from IGT. Yeah, we race together.
How crazy is it? Juan's raced with everybody coming up here. That is so cool. Mission Foods, man, the race car driver. Ken Twaits, third place. In second place, one of the greatest TA battles I ever saw a couple years ago between Greg Pickett and this man. Let's hear it. Tommy Dreesy. He gives a big hug to Juan Gonzalez. He's going to come over, pay his respects. Where did Penny go? She disappeared. That's unbelievable. In first place here last year as well, in the Altwell CBD Ford Mustang. Let's hear it, Chris Dyson. This is like a family reunion up here. I know Juan Gonzalez has raced against the Dyson family for many years. So, well, first and foremost, hold on, Dreesy, you got your phone? We need the famous Dreesy selfie before we do anything else. If you follow along, Tommy Dreesy takes a selfie of every podium, and this is an extra special one. Get out your phone. Everybody get in the video. See, look at that. Dreesy's trying to steal the top step. Look at this, the Dreesy selfie. You can see them all on social media. Greg Pickett doing a little advertising there. I love it. Can't wait to see that. Ken Twaits, tell us about your race.
Oh, man, I felt like I was playing one-on-one with Michael Jordan out there. He's the best. You know, he's a sly fox, and I kept waiting for him his tires to go off, and I go, wow, they're going off, and then all of a sudden mine did too. So now what do you do? So it was a great race. I got a lot of lessons from the master. It's an honor to be on the same track with all these guys.
Dreesy. I'm a personal question. Is that cool or is that frustrating? I mean, you had them in your sights the whole time, but you just couldn't seem to get them.
You know, yeah, it's cool to be able to, we're so blessed to be able to get in these monsters and drive the coolest cars on earth and to run against some of the best guys, you know, in the business. But, you know, when it gets a little frustrating. He was good in a couple places and then I had to hustle and I burned that car down. There's nothing left on it. The team made me feel better, you know, my focus. I have issues with focus sometimes. What'd you say? And but not today. You know, I was in it. Good job to Dyson and the Dyson Racing team. It's Ken Twaits, Greg Pickett. Come on, he's an inspiration. Lacey, Jagger, Elin, I love you. Thank you to Lucas. Thank you to MAV TV. Thank you to 3GT and all the fans out here. Thank you.
Nice. Well, Greg Pickett, we're going to keep up this tradition. Take the mic, and I'd like for you to introduce and interview Chris Dyson.
Well, now that is going to be a real pleasure. Hey, buddy, my partner in Altwell, you're 4 straight now. You're just getting better and better. You're scary fast. I'm so proud of you. I know your family's proud of you. Rob back at home, he's just floating around the living room. You know that? It's a pleasure to call you a dear friend of mine, a great business partner, and congratulations on a really, really hard. This was a tough place today, right, guys? Tough place. Well done, Chris.
I'm a little overcome with emotion because Greg and Penny are like my second parents. To get introduced like that, I wasn't expecting that. You mean the two of us on the podium here. Sonoma, one of my all-time favorite tracks. I've had a great week out here in California, and we're so blessed to be able to do this together. Great competition. The series coming out here on the West Coast, having 2 tremendous races. Tommy never let up the whole week. I don't know what the difference is between lap times the last 2 weeks, but I think it's under half a second net. We look forward to these races. We prepare for them. We put our lives on the line for it, and it's the most special thing we could possibly be doing. Thank you to everybody for coming out. I'm kind of overcome with emotion right now. This has been such a special week, and Greg, thanks.
Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, here we go. First place Masters class to Greg Pickett, too. Let's hear it. We're going to leave these 3 men up there. Greg Pickett, Ken Twaits, Tommy Dreesy. Let's hear it. Nice. And then we need the Pirelli hats. How cool is this, though? Trans Am family reunion up here. That is just so cool. Let's hear it again. Greg Pickett, Ken Twaits, Tommy Dreesy, and Chris Dyson, Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour. What a cool sight. This is basically, what you're seeing right now is like a legacy of motorsports right here, including Juan Gonzalez. Unbelievable. So, gentlemen, wait, hold on, some champagne, Greg. Here we go. Wait, you don't want champagne, Twaits? Nope, he wants no part of the champagne, he says. What are we doing? Oh, he's saying pour. Oh, usually Chris Dyson pours one out for the homies. His biggest homie right there. Look at that. Now that is a photo. Greg, that had to feel pretty good. Look at that. Do we have Larry Bishop here? Larry Bishop, Chris Dyson, our MCO Top Gear Award to Chris Dyson. Here comes Larry Bishop. Hold that up. Larry to present the check from Amco Gears. It seems like he's been presenting this check at every race. $500 to Chris Dyson. Yeah, he wants him to remove this decimal is what he keeps saying. Let's get a photo. Let's hear it for Larry Bishop sponsoring this great series, these transmissions and the gearboxes in the Dyson cars. Longtime supporter, Amco Gears. Nice. All right, Dyson, you're excused. Then we've got the chill out moment of the race. The chill out moment of the race goes, still going with champagne. Chris Evans, come on up here, man. The chill out moment, move of the race goes to Chris Evans in his Super GT West Coast car. Come on up here, Chris. That's gonna keep you cool on these hot days. Stand right here in the middle. Look at that, he's already got the chill out system. I love it, and that's how he's able to make these cool moves. Let's hear it, Chris Evans, Super GT, our chill out moment of the race. Nice. Ladies and gentlemen, Juan Gonzalez, thank you guys so much. That does it here for today's Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli at the Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour. I'm looking at John Claggett. Are we good to? Thank you guys so much. We will be back here tomorrow for TA2. Chris Evans, congratulations. Nice job. Thank you guys so much. Grab some Mission chips. I think you give it back to Mike.
Okay, that concludes our podium celebrations for our TA and SGT and Masters coverage. Well done to Greg Pickett and to, of course, Chris Dyson. What a lovely emotional moment that was. Well, as you can see, the action continues thick and fast here at Sonoma. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more SVRA SpeedTour after this.
As you can tell, I like to go fast. Our race team is really well prepared. We like to look good, but we also like to dress good, and that's why we shop at Franklin Road Apparel. I own the company, and I wear the clothes that we sell in that store. So check us out. We carry all the top brands: Baldwin, John Barbados, Billy Reed, Goodman Brand, and on down the list. So come see us, Franklin Road Apparel, Franklin, Tennessee.
If your tooling isn't quite ready, and you need parts, and you need more parts than just a few, or if your run is just not that big, look to the experts in low-volume production, three-dimensional services. Whether it's 10, 100, or 1,000 parts, we can meet your needs. And if it's 10,000, we can do that too. Three-dimensional services delivers high-quality parts for short runs, 70% faster than industry standards. Three-dimensional services. Prototype, production, proven.
Menards is the Midwest's ultimate home improvement store. Family owned since 1958, Menards is the one-stop shop where you always save big money. Get the Midwest's best selection nationwide when you shop online at menards.com. We make it easy to complete your projects around the house, big or small. From hardware to plumbing or paint to appliances, we carry it all. Visit menards.com today to save big money at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
And welcome back to our coverage of SVRA as we look at this absolutely gorgeous Corvette from the number 1, Scott Porsche. I'm Jonathan Green. Alongside me is Scott Conway. And we're getting ready for a little bit of action from Group 6 and Group 12A. And we're looking at the maestro of it.
Scott Borchetta, the number 1, he is the number 1 position, the number 1 driver for a reason there, Jonathan.
Yeah, no question.
He's won 27 straight 6 GT races. This dates back, in this particular class, back to Sebring International Raceway of last year. He was 21 for 21, a perfect season last year. He started off 6 for 6 this year, goes for his 28th straight win this year.
Amazing.
1969 Chevrolet Corvette. It's beautifully prepared, and they put a lot of work into that, just as they do all of their cars.
And as you saw there, Tony Pirelli just getting a handshake, and as he always does, going down the grid as we look at all of the cars coming out now. And that little Jaguar there, the number 99 of Michael Doyle, had a little problem yesterday, but has buffed it out, I'm glad to say. The Jaguar E-Type from 1961, an absolutely gorgeous car, as all the field now head out.
Yeah, it's known as the E-Type in England, but it's known as the XKE
That's right.
here in the U.S., and that car new was about $3,400 back in the day. It's worth between some $20,000 and $30,000 today, and it's out there racing.
I'm surprised it's not worth more, to be honest.
Well, it depends on the condition of the car, obviously, and the options and what have you. But that particular, the Coupe and the Roadster, I think, are the 2 most sought-after cars. But yeah, it can be more. It depends on the exact type of the car and the exact year.
So you're telling me if I borrow your time machine and go back to the early 60s, I could actually afford that?
You could afford that, but now $3,400 back.
That would have been a lot of money.
That would be a lot of money today. So you may still be a couple of dollars short there, Jonathan.
So, are we expecting another Borchetta parade?
I don't know if it's going to be a parade today. Now, in qualifying, Borchetta was at the top of the sheets, but it took him a little while to get there. I think the best battle on the track is going to be in A production. That's between Michael Orger and I believe it's Jonathan Ornstein. If memory serves me correctly, they have been going at it back and forth for Group 6A production. I think it's going to be the best battle on the track, but don't overlook that BMW. That BMW E30 M3 Evo 3, that is the first BMW, the first generation M3. It was designed specifically for racing. It has a wider track, has better suspension, better brakes. It was offered to the public, but it was designed specifically for racing. And Walker in the practice session was the fastest car out there, even faster than Borchetta, but Borchetta out-qualified him. But don't overlook that BMW.
Yeah, and it's a fairly modern car, 1986, that E30, and
1969 Chevrolet Corvette is what Borchetta's in.
Yeah.
A little bit of horsepower difference. That 2.3-liter engine in that BMW.
And then you've got, the most modern being J.R. Smith's Ford Mustang,
right,
2013.
Yeah, the Ford Mustang, again, looking at this car at the time, Ford had sold 400,000 of those cars. They were hoping to sell about 30,000. They did that in one day after this car was introduced, I believe, at the 1964 World's Fair as a concept car, and then Lee Iacocca introduced it into the U.S. market in 1966. And, of course, iconic Ford Mustangs. We'll see them later on today in the historic Trans Am.
So, as you can see, as they come out of 11, our big machine vodka spike coolers turn 11, and it's being led by the man who runs that particular company, of course, Scott Borchetta, leading them on to the start finish as we head for the start of our feature race 1 for Group 6 and Group 12A. Away they go, and a good start from Borchetta in the Corvette. Up the hill he goes, being chased by a fellow Corvette. This one a 1969 as well, Michael Orgia, right behind him as they all single file through 2.
And again, I believe Borchetta, I don't think he's going to walk away from the field, which sometimes we've seen him do over the past events and past year. But if he does, the Corvettes behind him are Corvettes, but they're a different class of Corvette. In other words, Borchetta's has a little bit bigger engine in it, a little bit more modifications to it. But those 2A production cars have been going at it all through practice, and both rounds of qualifying separated just by a couple of tenths of a second. So Orator in the 969, we saw him last weekend at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca as he battled with James Farley's Cobra. This weekend he's battling with another Corvette.
So the field already spreading out as they head through the carousel for the first time. 16 minutes on the board, and Borchetta already starting to build on his lead as he heads down to the first hairpin.
And the first Group 12 cars, I believe that's going to be J.R. Smith on the Ford Mustang, but again, Group 12, which is a combined group with this Group 6, the other car in that is that BMW. Those have been the two fastest Group 12 cars, and again, you know, SVRA brings together an eclectic mix of cars. You get a Ford Mustang leading a BMW.
Yes.
You had, you know, American muscle car up against a great European car.
And you can see how much the car is leaning from side to side. They're pushing. And now you see the lights blazing on the BMW, and he definitely means business as they dive into turn 11 for the first time.
Yeah, again, that's the first generation of that BMW, and BMWs before were built obviously to sell to the public and be homologated for racing. This car was actually kind of done the reverse way. They built it for racing, and they also decided to sell it to the public.
Yeah, not many cars do start that way, but the ones that do end up actually being really valued by the customers because they're such lovely cars because they were designed and built to race. And so just the chassis, the feel, the stiffness and all the rest of it, a lot of guys like that. They may never be a race driver, but the idea of having a car with a hard chassis and you know, having all the grunt and all the rest of it.
That BMW Z3 and Z4 also were kind of done that way too. They obviously were a customer car. They wanted to sell them to the public, but they were also raced in the day back in the American Le Mans Series and the WeatherTech Series as well.
So Borchetta building on that lead.
That's a 350 cubic inch engine in that Chevrolet Corvette. A lot of times people think it's a larger engine just because of the sound of it, but 350 was actually the engine that replaced the 337 cubic inch engine as the base engine for this particular year model. Now they also had an all-aluminum ZL1 engine that produced 430 horsepower, but that is not in that car.
And fresh from the grid, he's back.
It's Ben
the one
Sissel.
and only Ben Sissel. Ben, yep, I know we've been watching the podiums and all the rest of it, but Scott Borchetta, 28, can he do it?
I think he can, but I love this Captain America livery there in the number 37 at John Anderson. But yeah, never count Scott Borchetta out. Unbelievable. Dylan Hellman, his whole crew, they really know how to build a Corvette. But there are some great cars out there. There's my blue 42.
That's Rick Mooney, I believe.
Yeah, Rick Mooney, 1968 Corvette Roadster.
Mooney leading in B production. He was the fastest qualifier both yesterday in the afternoon qualifying session and in this morning's qualifying session. Rick Mooney, number 42.
Yeah, we saw J.R. Smith there, got a little bit inside there at the Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler turn 11, but there's a great shot. J.R. Smith with Huntsman Cancer Research, and they want you to come down and sign their hood, Scott.
Yeah, I definitely will. I was going to do that last weekend, didn't get a chance to, but I have a second opportunity today.
Borchetta, Auger, and Anderson. Mooney in fourth, Smith fifth. And I'm finally getting a chance to say it, Bacciocco. I met him. Mike. There you go. I got it. He hounded me yesterday because I had pronounced. He reminded me of the race of last year where I was talking about him, but he said, "You got my name, so right, you're going to say it right." I said, "Okay, you got me." And he loves that 1966 Mustang he's got. Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, those two Corvettes I was talking about, it's John Anderson and Michael Orger that have been together in the 6A production. They qualified together, they were practiced together, and we were kind of looking for a good race between Orger and the 9th and Jonathan Anderson.
Yeah, Michael Orger was with us last weekend, all the way from Chicago. And Rick Mooney from the Northwest. And there's J.R. Smith trying to catch up. That's a Group 12 car trying to catch the Group 6 car of Mooney. That's a beautiful car, that Mustang. I like the livery of it. J.R. Smith was with us last week. And look at this orange Corvette there. That's Jenny Yankel Swanson, 1964. Love having her out here with us. She and her dad, they were having a little bit of problems. Her dad drives a Cheetah with us, and so great to have them out here.
Now slowing down and going offline. That's Orica in the 969. He's pulled off and got out of harm's way. That's a real shame.
Yeah, again, he was. Again, we were looking for a good battle between he and Anderson for A production, and Orger had been the second quickest car out there yesterday behind Borchetta, so a tough break for him. We saw him, Ben. We were just talking before you were getting into the booth here about Orger's battle with James Farley last weekend.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun to watch. Now here's Andrew Alcázar.
No, it's Alcázar. I know that because Bill Auckland and I called and talked to each other, and he said, "Tell Ben it's Alcázar."
Bill called me that too, but I asked Andrew, and Andrew said it's Alcázar. And Bill gave me a hard time because he said I kept calling him Alcatraz. So
I think somebody's
HTA
pulling
race.
someone's leg.
I know.
here.
I told him I was getting punked, but in the HTA race, I'm going to call him a different last name every time. But let's get back to it because there's Jenny in that beautiful orange Corvette Chevrolet. She raced that with us at the race in San Diego years ago. That's a beautiful car.
Yeah, that's one of the
Speed Festival.
One of the most desirable Corvettes. The most desirable being the split window 64 Corvette, but that's the second generation Corvette and a lot of innovations. The first time the Stingray name was used in that Chevrolet Corvette in 1964.
Here's Scott Borchetta in that one, the one because it's championship, and he's coming through the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers corner. The owner of Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers, actually he and his brother run it. And there's Andrew. I'm going to say Alcázar. Bill Auckland, you can go ask him.
I love it. I think they're just messing with us.
I think I asked him if I was being punked because I would think it'd be awesome if I was. Look at that guy sliding out that Mustang. Same with Andrew, owner of Russo and Steel right there. Beautiful cars.
Oh, that is a good looking car, I have to say. Quite happily run that.
I love when we're getting shots of them sliding it around the Franklin Road Apparel Complex. And there's that gold Mustang you were talking about.
Yep.
Now, how do you say his last name?
Bacciocco. I've been practicing it.
Oh, fairly.
I was just telling him he took a big sip of his beer yesterday at the end of a hard day's work, and he said, and he just let out that typical male gasp of, that was the best thing I've ever done. And I said, oh, that first taste, and he went, yep. And he goes, right. You need to get my name. So that's where we were.
So we're monitoring. Crazy, I can't say his name on air, is correcting you. You said a 64 split window. It's a 63 split window.
Oh, wow.
And there's the shots.
You've got to get up early to mess with Scott, but he's willing to do it.
What's on her antenna ball there? Like the old golf ball? I'm not sure what she's got on there, but that is a beautiful car.
I think it's one of your onboards, isn't it?
No, yeah, I hope not. But Steve Earle pulled me aside at Coronado years ago and pointed to that car and said that might be my favorite car here, and he is Mr. Corvette.
I thought Tony was.
Tony is also, yeah.
I think there's some Shelby GT350s out there as well in this particular class in Group 6. That's an iconic car, Jonathan.
Yes, absolutely, and I'm waiting to see my Jaguar too, my E-Type.
I think he's back to uncharacteristic. He's back towards the back of the pack. Usually on these handling courses, he's up with the Corvettes.
Yeah, actually this would be a good course for that Jaguar, yeah.
I know Scott Hawley also runs one, and he's very good at that as well, Ben.
So I'm getting a comment from Nicole Swanson. We were talking about her mom, and she says, that's my mom. I love it. So welcome, Nicole. Your mama's killing it out there.
She is.
Beautiful Corvette.
She's in 8th place right now. She just did the fastest lap at 2:08. Nicely done.
But in vintage racing, it's just as much about how good it looks out there. And I think that car is winning the appearance award. And she is doing a great job of driving that car. It's a beautiful car.
And as we talked last weekend, it's not necessarily about racing against somebody. It's just the thrill of being out there, the joy of driving these great vintage cars out on these iconic racetracks all throughout the country and all throughout the year.
Frank Zucchi in that white Mustang.
Now, Ben, let me tell you, these could not be two disparate more cars. Zucchi has a 1911 National AC, one of the Indy racers that actually ran in the 1911 Indianapolis 500. In fact, the car that he's in is one of the 3 team cars that finished 7th overall. Now think about that car and look at that Ford Mustang. Couldn't be any more different than possible, right?
No, that's crazy.
And I'm not going to argue with him. He was actually commentating that day.
But, yeah, Frank Zucchi, very good. That's one of the hardtop Mustangs as opposed to the Shelby GT350s or the fastbacks.
Borchetta taking a nice tight line through his own corner.
Yeah, I believe that we're going to be talking at the next event, which will be at Lime Rock, where we'll be at together, Trans Am and SVRA, about possibly his 29th win or 30th win, because I think he's going to double up here if he chooses to.
Amazing.
That's an amazing streak, and it goes all the way back. Again, Group 6 GT was a class kind of created after A production and B production, which is what he was in. And this streak dates all the way back to 2018 at Brainerd. He has not lost since then.
That's amazing.
And necessarily hasn't won overall, although he has won a lot overall, but in his class
win, yeah.
he has won. He's, again, going for his 28th straight win in this Group 6 GT class.
There was a position pass there by your boy in the 111. I'm not going to attempt his last name.
Pachiaco.
Over Andrew.
I've
got it on record now.
He does it so well.
There goes Borchetta through WeatherTech carousel here. Very tough section of the track.
Yeah, the carousel, big time.
But very important because it leads down into that Optima Batteries turn 7, and if you can get a good run out of that, which we saw in the SGT race just concluded, you can actually make a pass. Ben?
Nice.
Side by side. There's your boy, 111.
That was good stuff. Nice work, Mike. Taking that 66 Ford Mustang all gold. Scott Borchetta, you can see he's not holding back. Putting in some really nice pace here.
Yeah,
and enjoying every moment of it.
I think that's the most amazing part of this run that he's had is that, this is a 69 Chevrolet Corvette. This is not a brand new Corvette, and that car is immaculately prepared. It is mechanically great, and it is so reliable. It has not had any types of problems whatsoever. The only time that I've ever seen him have a problem was in an Enduro, and that was very uncharacteristic for him.
Yeah, I think that's the testament. Like you say, it's a car that's well over 50 years old and still, like you say, going like the clappers. Because he's not cruising either.
No, you're saying he's not holding back. You can see that car sliding. Again, these are vintage race cars. They don't have the modern, traction control and ABS and all that other stuff on it. He's just out there actually muscling that car around. And as we were talking, Ben and Jonathan, before on our last broadcast here today, that this is a very busy track. You are physically demanding track, moving your hands back and forth, going back and forth, in the turns, up and down the elevations. It's not an easy track to drive,
no,
especially a big horsepower car like this.
Well, I talked to Scott actually before the weekend started, and he said just that. He said, this physically is probably the hardest track we go to. He said, because your hands are moving all the time. There is no straights. And he said, physically, you're just, corner to corner to corner to corner. And he said, physically you get out it's like a workout.
So they're on their final lap right now. Scott Borchetta is in the lead, making this how many wins in a row?
Be 28.
28. And if I'm not mistaken, he's about the same age as the car.
I'm not sure. I've only met him once. That was at Road America when I interviewed him, and very, very articulate man and very well raced in business.
He's going to kill me for saying that.
Right. The inaugural Music City Grand Prix was a huge success. Due mostly to him and his group.
White flag out. One more lap then to go in our Group 6 and 12A.
One more corner for Scott Borchetta.
And here he comes. Out of the Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler, turn 11. And headed to what is another brilliant win for Scott Borchetta. 28 in a row.
And counting.
And counting.
He'll go for 29 tomorrow.
Wow.
He's going to have to buy another house just to have all his trophies in.
There you go. He's got a good car collection, and he's got room. I can assure you. I've had a look at it. You've been there too, haven't you, Ben?
Yeah. And now here's Jenny Yankel Swanson. I just heard from Nicole Swanson that she got to drive it back in January, and she's going to be out here driving with us too.
Good. All right, good.
So, but that is a beast right there, that number 67.
So coming across the line then, Anderson takes second place, Mooney up to third, and Smith takes fourth. Bocchiacco in fifth position, Zuki Alcazar or
Alcázar
in seventh position, Jelko Swanson in eighth. Well done, Jenny. DeVitis Ogier unfortunately not finishing the race, and likewise Michael Doyle not finishing in his Jaguar E-Type.
Oh no, your Jaguar didn't finish.
Doesn't look like it, just the 8 laps.
Too bad.
I think he was probably nursing it from yesterday's shenanigans. Well done, Scott. Nice work, and that beautifully painted Corvette. So that concludes our coverage of Group 6 and Group 12. My thanks once again to Scott and Ben. We'll take a short break here from Sonoma. We'll be back with more of the Speed Tour after this. Welcome back to Sonoma Raceway here, the delightful sunshine of April. You wouldn't believe it, would you? It's absolutely gorgeous here at the moment. as we bring you the Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour live from Sonoma Raceway. First time I've ever been here with green hills in the background, because usually we're here in the summer or later in the year, but great to be here in April. The weather is perfect. We're just under 50 minutes from San Francisco. We came across the Golden Gate, and that has been the case for many of the drivers and entrants here this weekend. Alongside me, Scott Conway, and of course Ben Sissel. And Ben, I got to find out, you've always got a favorite in each of the groups. Which is it to hit?
Well, this is my favorite group. This is group 1,
do you
3,
get paid
4,
every time?
5B.
Somebody sends you a beer every time you said it. It's that
No,
favorite
I mean,
group.
I love HTA, but I love HTA for different reasons. This is the reason. HTA is probably our most popular group, so I love it for that reason. But these are my favorite cars.
There's my favorite car.
James Alder.
Yep.
1952 Jaguar XK120. Now, this dude is the bravest man in the paddock.
He drives.
He drives it to the races. He lives in Reno, Nevada, and drives the car to the races, knowing nothing's going to happen to his Jaguar. and
that's never the case.
Oh, that harkens back to the old SCCA club days when that was pretty much the norm. You didn't have all these fancy trailers and rigs and what have you. You know, you drove your car to the track, you taped up the headlights, you put a number on the side, went out and raced, and then when you were through, took all that stuff off and drove it home.
Well, that's why he is the real deal. In other words, he is doing it as it was done back in the day. And, really interesting guy. Great character. I've done some commentary with him as well in the past. He was complaining this weekend he had a little brake disc issue on the front left. And I don't know, I'm guessing he sorted it out somehow. But he is a marvelous man for finding bits and parts when he needs them. And like you say, from Reno to here, no mean feat. And he's done it again. And he'll be off, I'm sure, on Sunday night.
Yeah, so we're monitoring our YouTube, so go to SpeedTour TV and leave some comments. Who are you rooting for? Lots of different cars in this, so let's go through. We got Gear Ramleth, Travis Engen, Mike Zipko, John Adams, not only our third president, but out there racing in a 94 Toyota WSR. Donald Racing, Dennis Racing in Mini, Scott Brown, James Steer, Alec Hugo, Will Carson. I met Will Carson's son this weekend. Adam, the drummer of AFI. Any AFI fans watching the races here? Will Carson, one of our longtime MG midget racers. Harris Koenig, Kyle Shepard, Michael Sweeney Sr., Gary Dreen, Robert Davis, Ranson Webster, Matthew Latucci, I hope I said that right, Mark Hugo, Thomas Turner, Richard Bateman, Edward Hugo, and James Alder. Lights out. Jonathan, this is going to be a great race.
Yep, here we go then for our group 1, 3, 4, and 5B, all lined up to a stern, two by two, and a nice long line coming into the Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler Turn 11. And yep, a quite eclectic group of different cars, some tin tops, some open wheelers, and we've even got a Toyota out there. Away we go then. Green flag waves, and we are racing at Sonoma.
And this should be the battle of the Lotus 23s as we had last weekend, Jonathan and Ben. We had Gear Ramleth, the defending Bell Helmet champion for Group 5 BFM, won that last year at Circuit of the Americas, and he won it over Travis Engen. Engen and Doc Bundy was third. Engen was wanting to get that championship, but he just couldn't quite wrest it away, and don't count out Mike Zupko in that Elva Mark 7.
Dennis Racine back there in that Monte Carlo looking Mini of Patty Hopkirk with the headlights on. Got passed there by, I think, the MGB GT of Scott Brown, the Huffaker MGB GT.
Yeah, those two Minis had a great battle. You know, we had them during the B-Sedan feature race last weekend, and that Mini almost stole the win away from those 2 Datsun 510s last weekend. I would think this would be a great handling course for the Mini. You know, not very long straightaways. It can stay right with the rest of the cars.
Oh, look at this, side by side.
Here's the race. Look at that MGB GT of Scott Brown, followed by Donis Racine, and then there's James Steer in the 1962. Now, the 62 is what we saw Dennis Racine in last weekend, but right now he's in that Monte Carlo Mini of the 177.
Yeah, Steer usually drives in Formula Fords. He's a longtime club racer with SCCA, but entered in the Mini. That's, again, quite a change from a purpose-built Formula Ford into a production Mini that has a short wheelbase and really handles well.
Just looking at the two Lotus 23Bs leading the way, one 62, the other 63, the 63 leading. No real difference, though, it doesn't look like. Was there a change in the year? Probably not.
Not really. I think it debuted in 1960, right at the end of the 1962 season at Nürburgring with Jim Clark driving. And there's not that much change engine-wise or styling-wise or whatever. They're both Colin Chapman designed cars and designed for the FIA Group 4 World Championship. And again, Gear Ramleth has run a number of years, as has Travis Ingen. They're very familiar with one another. They've raced at many tracks around the country here and always have a good time and enjoy driving these Lotus 23Bs.
Now Ramleth's pulling away, isn't he?
That's John Adams and that Toyota. Poor John Adams just can't get away from the British. He's had 300 years of trying to get away from the British, and he's in a British sandwich right now with that MGB and the Mini.
Plan that way.
Yeah.
The World Sports Racers, I don't know that much about the engines in the car. I'm assuming it's the Toyota, obviously, but they were a support series back in the mid-'90s for the American Le Mans Series when it was trying to kind of get it on its feet, and they were supporting that. They usually have a World Sports Racer here from David Baumann. He's one of our great World Sports Racer drivers in Group 5 BMSR. And here's Koenig. I believe he's in that Sports Renault, which was the forerunner to Spec Racer Ford.
So there's that Lotus of Gear Ramleth coming through Optima Battery Turn 7, coming through Franklin Road Complex. Beautiful car. That car just looks very well balanced. It's kind of what are slightly downhill S's.
Well, let me ask you about balance, because obviously he's on the right-hand side. But how do you balance when you're trying to go fast through those S's? How do you balance the car? I mean, do they weight the other side a little?
Well, they put ballast in it, yes. They have weights that they put into the car, or they can move. I know a lot of the cars, at least back in the day, they would move the battery to one side or the other, or they would move, kind of reroute some of the plumbing. But it was mostly done with ballast weight. And again, if you had more right-hand turns than left-hand, of course, you balanced it a little bit more to one side than the other. But again, that is a very, very well-balanced car, and you need a well-balanced car here. Yeah. When we go back east, I think Chris D'Amico and I know Travis Ingen would definitely agree with you. It's a well-balanced car, a well-driven car. Travis Ingen has won the 5B MSR Sprint Point Championship, had won it for a consecutive 8 years in a row, lost it last year to Chris D'Amico in that Malik. And when we go back east, that's usually the other car up here with Mike Zupko and these two Lotuses.
Yeah, that's a good point. Speaking of balance, we were watching Travis Ingen there in that Lotus 23. His hands. He's so precise with his hands. You don't see him sawing back and forth. He did one corner, one turn there through the Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler, turn 11. And it's so great to watch these drivers driving so smoothly.
And he has three different cars, but the one thing that you just brought up is the smoothest. And I think he learned that from the prototype that he drives, that Audi that he will be driving in groups 5 Alpha, 7, 9, and 11 coming up later on today. But you have to be very smooth. Obviously, any untoward hand movements scrub off speed under prototype. And you say he's very smooth in this Lotus. He's very smooth in that Chevron, the Formula B car that he has. But I believe he learned that from the prototype and how consistent, how smooth you have to be. And again, drivers back in the day, Peter Gregg, he never looked fast on the track. But at the end of the day, he was always up at the top of the timesheets. That's because he was so smooth. He never looked fast, but he was very fast.
Third place, Zupko in that Elva Mark 7. And there's that Toyota you mentioned. 1994, that WSR.
Right. I believe Baumann's is a 96, if I remember correctly. But it was in the mid-90s was when this class, and I had not been familiar with them. I followed the American Le Mans Series. My dad and I and Greg Kramer were announcing in some of the American Le Mans Series races, and I didn't remember it, but there it is. And researching it, again, they didn't say that whole much about it. Obviously, I would think it was a Toyota engine with the Toyota name on the car, but it was just a support race, much like the Women's Global GT race was back in the day.
Yeah.
So here's a father-son battle. Minimania.com. Don Racine with Dennis Racine following. Don and Dennis have been racing minis pretty much all their lives.
It just astounds me, and I'm going to talk to the man who knows, but minis here in this country just doesn't seem to make sense to me. I grew up, the country roads of England, but why are there so many minis? And I'm right, aren't I? There are lots more minis here than anywhere else.
They didn't import a lot when they were for sale new, but now with the gray market, and now that they're over 25 years old, there's tons of people importing and restoring and racing minis, which just makes it, they're just fun to.
Oh, yeah.
I always tell people, because people make fun of me for, being 6'3" and 250 pounds driving a Mini for my daily driver. I have a 67.
Now you fold yourself in there, huh?
It's the most fun car to drive legally.
Yeah.
Like you can go out and country roads that are 40-mile-an-hour speed limit and have a blast driving at 40.
Yeah, you get over 35 and you're grinning.
Yeah.
Basically. And everybody's looking at you like, why is he having so much fun when I got my Tesla here? And you can tell them.
Yeah.
Well,
they're so much fun.
Yeah, back in the 60s, before they kind of pared down some of the classes, C-Sedan used to be where the Minis and Morse Minis were at, and they were very potent. Then they moved into GT4 and GT5 in the hands of Joe Huffaker, and he pretty much popularized the Mini for club racing, then moved into GT Light, where he's won some national championships in a Mini Cooper.
I've got an idea. How about next year, Ben, when we come here, we do a gymkhana around the streets of San Francisco in a Mini, going down those special stairs.
Yeah.
22nd Street, see how much air we can get.
Lombard Street. Do
yeah.
a bullet reenactment. There's Will Carson in the back in that white midget. And here is the MGB GT.
Puffing a bit.
From Huffaker. Beautiful car. They bring out these shiny black race cars. I can't believe it because they look like Concours quality show cars, but then they're out there racing. And a black race car is really tough to keep looking that pretty.
The MG Midget is my favorite car. We talked about this last time, I believe, at Road Atlanta. Rick Fraser usually has a good MG Midget and Austin Hilly Sprite, but MG Midget is my favorite. I drove one of those in F production in SCCA, and it's a good car to drive. You have a lot of fun. You seem like you're going like 130 when you're only going about 80, but because you're out there in an open top car, and you get that adrenaline flowing, and it's just a lot of fun.
They are fun, but I don't want you to get canceled, so they're MG little people. This day and age, you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, my grandmother had an MG Midget. Beautiful.
Yeah,
they are so much fun to drive.
Yeah, that one has a 1275cc engine in it, but some of the others had a little bit larger engines and had obviously a little bit more weight added. But that one I had was 1275cc, and it was a lot of fun. Back in the day, we had the E, F, and H production that raced together, and then we had one B Sports Racer that usually was thrown in with us.
You have a comment here from Evil Scientist Moose. I love these
I love his names. Yeah, this is great.
It says, even black street cars are hard to keep nice.
Yeah,
I agree
true.
with that. Yeah,
that's true.
Certainly down in the southeast when the pollen season comes around.
Yeah.
Yes. Look at the different leaning on there.
Yeah, and do you notice how the Mini just lifts the wheel up?
Yeah, that's very common with them because you were talking about balancing and weight transfer. That actually is how you drive that car fast. You lift that inside wheel up, and it's just nothing to have it come up, go back down, come up, go back down.
Well, I liked Ben's description at Laguna last weekend, saying, I asked about the suspension of the Mini because there must be something about it. And he goes, yeah, it's a hockey puck.
Yep.
Yeah. Look at this Will Carson on the inside of Alec Hugo, taking the lead in that MG Midget, the Sprigget out there. His son Adam, I talked to earlier, big fan of his band AFI, the drummer of AFI, and he thinks he's going to be out here vintage racing a Sprigget with us here in a few years. That was a great pass by Will Carson, who is local to here.
And you can, again, like we were talking about last weekend in Monterey, you can tell the drivers that have been here before because they this track, and they know some places to pass that you can ask them, but they won't tell you. But they know. Again, it's about car placement, and especially on a track as busy as this, as we've talked before. It's a very busy track, not really much that straightaway, but a lot of turns, a lot of elevation change, and you really have to know where to put that car. I believe Gary Ramleth is going to claim a West Coast sweep here as he's going for the Sonoma International Raceway, the Mission Foods win here today. Travis Engen, I know he's a very good driver. I think we all would agree upon that. It's just that, that Lotus 23B, he can see Ramleth and he just can't get to him.
I bet he wishes he was in his Audi now.
Yes.
That's Harris Koenig there in that 1987 Renault Sports Racer. How would you say Renault, Jonathan?
Exactly as you did. Well done. One of the oldest car companies in the world.
My whole childhood, it was the Renault Alliance.
Oh, gosh. You're going to wash your mouth out with soap to say that. You can't say Renault.
Yeah, Renault. Renault used
Monsieur, c'est Renault.
Renault used to have an Alliance Cup, and that was the first thing they said. It's pronounced Renault.
So you were asking me my favorite, and this is going to be crazy. It's not a British car.
What?
I like the Robert Davis 1961 Ferrari TR61, which is the number 15A, the red one, because he also pulls it with an old tow truck with a Lotus 7, and it's an open trailer. Highway 101 coming up here. Got to see his beautiful red Ferrari.
With the plastic hood over the...
that's
the
hood over the carburetor.
I heard him start that up yesterday right in front of me, and I was like, oh,
piece of art. But there's Kyle Shepard in that 69 Eldon Sturgis MK7.
Now, let me tell you a little bit of story about that Ferrari. You know, you see all these big wings on the cars these days, big spoilers. When this car was designed, it was a development of the 1962 car. This car designed for Le Mans and the World Sports Car Championship. Yep. They had disappointing results. So they redesigned the car. One of the things that was happening on their test driver was they were getting exhaust fumes into the car. So they put a lip on the back of the car. And it cured that. Where Richie Ginther was one of their test drivers. And he drove it, he came in, he said, you know, this car is very stable at really high speeds. You know what they had created? Before anybody even realized it, they had created the first spoiler.
Yeah.
And they didn't realize they had created
just to clear the fumes out.
Long before any engineers could determine how wind flow and this, that, and the other.
Good story.
They had designed a spoiler.
That is a good story. Thank you, Scott.
Such cool cars. The other one, the 49, the 1960 Porsche Abarth GTL. I believe they made 20 of those. He's out here racing that in this group. And there goes your favorite car, that Golf Mini, with the Abarth right behind it there through those turns.
And Ben, even rarer than that is that Elva Sturgis you mentioned. There were only 4 of those chassis made. Only 3 of those were completed. Elva actually started the car, and they ran into Eldon started the car, ran into financial difficulty, and they sold those 3 chassis to Bill Sturgis. That's where the Sturgis name comes from. Sturgis completed those cars, and there are only 4 known to be in existence. 3 of them completed. The 4th chassis was put in storage, and then later made into an Eldon sports racer. Eldon recovered from its financial difficulties through Formula Ford, but again, rare car. Only 3 of those are known to be in existence.
Wow. So I'm seeing white flag out there right now.
This is the final lap.
There's a beautiful Datsun right there. Michael Sweeney Sr., Group 3 GT, 1969 Datsun Roadster.
Yeah, that's our first glimpse of that one. Today, anyway. We saw it last week, of course, at Laguna.
Yeah, the Datsuns used to be very potent in D production. A good friend of mine long ago won an SCCA National Championship, Bob McQueen, in a Datsun Roadster.
And here is your leader with that beautiful painted Denmark-like helmet and with a name like Geir Ramleth. I'm guessing I'm right in calling him a Dane.
A lot of practice.
23B.
A lot of practice in your pronunciations today.
Danish, not a problem. When I drink beer, Danish beer comes up a lot. That's you get your pronunciation right. Danish bacon as well. Oof. So Geir Ramleth on his way then to what is another victory in that beautiful 1963 Lotus 23B. Wheeling it nicely into the last corner, our big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler turn 11, and then into 12, the final turn here, and onto the main straight to take the checkered flag here in our Group 1, Group 3, Group 4, and 5B feature race 1. Travis Engen will follow him home in second place in another Lotus 23B, but this one from 1962. And then John Adams, not only a president, but a good peddler.
Founding father. He was fighting out there with the British today, keeping those traditions alive.
Absolutely. The British are coming, quite literally.
But they didn't get past them. That's the important part for John.
No. They came to wine country and stayed. And the Minis, here they come to finish off their race. What a good little battle that was, and they crossed the line almost identically.
And Donald, the father, still beating his son Dennis.
Yeah,
He beat him twice last weekend.
I think there's something going on there. There's something about the inheritance he doesn't want to lose there.
Well, I think it's very respectful of him, but I'm sure he probably wants to pass him every once in a while, too.
I think it's less respect, more inheritance.
I think it has nothing to do with that. I think Don's faster than Dennis. Sorry, Dennis. I think that's just the straight up truth. I think Don's got him right now.
But Dennis was closer this weekend in that particular car.
That's true.
Great cars out here. Beautiful, beautiful scenery, beautiful cars, and a great place to watch it at here, Jonathan and Ben.
Yeah. Hope you're enjoying it as much as we are. Our thanks to everybody at the Speed Tour for putting on another great event here at Sonoma. We've got more action to come as we turn our attention to historic Trans Am after this. Stay with us. More action to come from the Speed Tour after this.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Welcome back to Sonoma Raceway, where now we turn to some really, really fun stuff, because we turn our attention to historic Trans Am, and I personally love to see these guys up in action. I know Ben does too, and Scott, I'm sure you're the same. This is where it all began for Trans Am, and Sonoma was one of the original circuits as well. So, you know, you only have to squint your eyes and think about coming up from San Francisco in the heydays, in the late 60s and early 70s, and this is what you were greeted with.
Yeah, it's a beautiful collection of cars. We would have had more cars here, but as we thought last weekend, Jonathan and Ben, they had some engine problems, and they are having trouble getting pistons shipped to them. So,
okay.
So some of the cars that were scheduled to be here, one was one of the Mark Donahue Chevrolet Camaros, another one was a AMC Javelin that Roy Woods Racing had in their collection, as well as a Mark Donahue Javelin and some other Camaros and other cars. But they were just having such a problem getting pistons, they couldn't get the cars here. Jim Haig and Jim Halsey, who usually drive in this series, their Ford Mustangs, same thing. They're hoping to get them all taken care of and have a really great collection coming into Watkins Glen in September, where they'll be with us.
Now notice all the drivers giving us either the hang loose or the thumbs up. That was Ken Adams there. Here is in the Warren Tope car, I believe, is that that's the number 70. That's Andrew Alcasser, but for our purposes, he's going to be all kinds of different names this time, because I feel like we're getting punked. There's Nick DeVita, 68 Ford Mustang Trans Am. Looks like they're going out right now. Some really cool cars in this. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you covered it, Jonathan, These are the cars that would have raced in the Trans Am Series 66 through 72. These are not replicas. These are not tribute cars. These are the cars, matching VINs. And it's so great that these gentlemen, just as they were raced back then, ladies and gentlemen, because there's Linda right there, and the only Nova to have ever raced in the Trans Am Series, Linda Montanos. I'm sure I said that wrong, Linda. I'm sorry. That's a 1966 Chevrolet Nova. So this is the closest thing you can get to a time machine in motorsports as we watch Tony Hart come out of the grid.
And we also have, I believe out there is the Pontiac Tempest GTO, the Gray Ghost. John Hildebrand had the fastest time yesterday in that number 49. But yeah, there's some iconic cars out there. And you're right, these cars are the original Trans Am cars. They're raced in the original liveries that they raced in during the day, 1966 through 1972, the so-called heyday of Trans Am, when the manufacturers were in the wars, and it was win on Sunday, sell on Monday. Beautiful cars out there. A lot of great stories in every one of these cars. A lot of these cars obviously were factory built and were factory cars, but some of them also were bought just off of dealer showrooms and converted into a Trans Am car, or some came from club racing, A sedan, or one of the A production or B production classes and made into Trans Am cars. A lot of great stories embellished in all these cars.
So if you're watching for TV, leave a comment. What's your favorite car in this field? I love the Gray Ghost here, that 1964 Pontiac Tempest GTO of John Hildebrand. But these Boss 302s, man. And then the Sam Posey Slime Green.
Now that's my favorite. I had a Dodge Challenger, and it was orange with black stripes, and I was on a first-name basis with all the police officers in my county, but that's another story. But that is a great car. Sam Posey driving that Slime Green Dodge Challenger. I like that.
I spoke to Ken Adams there in that Reventlow Boss 302, and he had shifter problems. He had transmission problems at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, had shifter problems yesterday, so we'll see what he can do as we look there at Ryan Turi, Bill Godwin, I'm all mixed up. Bill Godwin in the 1968 Chevrolet Camaro Z28. Is that right? No, I'm wrong. It's Dennis Singleton in the 1970 Chevrolet Camaro. Sorry, my sheets are all messed up, but they're about to come to the green flag. Look at this. The best starts in motorsports, I think, is historic Trans Am, as Hildebrand, James Biddle, side by side. They're going to take this so slowly, making for a great show for the crowds, the greatest noise when they all get on the loud pedal. And here they go. Here's the green flag. Hildebrand trying to step out a little bit of James Biddle, followed by Craig Conley. James Biddle getting the best of Craig Conley there. Eftemuth side there, hard on the brakes.
Now again, think about it. These are irreplaceable, one-of-a-kind, only 1966 through 1970 cars, and these drivers do not hold back at all, man. They go all out racing at the Laguna Seca both Saturday and Sunday, 3 and 4 wide at sometimes, several different lead changes. These drivers are here to race.
Yeah, in that 28A in fourth place currently in that 1969 Boss 302, Brian Farron. I haven't seen him in this car before, but currently running in fourth place, always a fast driver, followed by Eftemuth.
Now, Linda's husband, Mark Montanos, is out here, and he's driving number 1. I believe that's a Camaro. You might want to check me on that. But
yeah, it is.
Okay.
The Chaffee College Camaro.
Yeah, and that was a project car. That car was bought off the showroom floor. They gave it to Chaffee Community College and said, here's your car, here's your project. Build this car into a Trans Am car. And they did, and it was raced by Paul Van Valkenburg, but also raced by the late, great Paul Newman. So, again, a lot of these cars were done that way. They were bought from the dealers, or they were bought straight off the assembly line, bodies in white or what have you. There were obviously performance parts added to them. 1966, the first race at Sebring International Raceway. We just watched a 100-mile race not too long ago, contemporary Trans Am. They raced for 4 hours in the very first race, the Governor's Cup at Sebring. And most of these races were measured in hours. They weren't measured just in 100 miles or whatever. They were hours. 12 hours at Sebring, 24 hours at Daytona, and I believe it was 1967 was the only year that those two races were parked. Can you imagine, Ben, trying to wrestle one of these cars around Sebring for 12 hours?
No, I can't. So I'm hearing from Austin Biddle on our Speed Tour comments on YouTube. He says, "Go Dad." So that's his dad there in second place, James Biddle, followed by Craig Conley. And I can't believe the size of that Tempest is still staying up front there with John Hildebrandt.
I think that was a surprise to most of the field. I've seen this car run a couple of times before, and it's usually around mid-pack. But Hildebrandt, he was around 5th or 6th in the first qualifying session. All of a sudden, he was at the top, and he stayed there. And nobody was able to get faster, not even in this morning's qualifying session. So, good job. Daily driver turned into a Trans Am car.
In the second group here, FMU. Oh, Ken Adams locks up there just a little bit. There's that Chaffee College car, Mark. Sam Posey car. This is such, and then that Cougar there, I talked to Michael Eisenberg yesterday. That was has such a great patina, was painted by George Barris.
Wow.
The man, the Hollywood man that made all the great show cars, the Batmobile, some of the coolest cars ever. And here's FMU coming up into Optima, turn 7. Look at his right hand going up to the top of the wheel, cutting that thing over really hard. These are really difficult cars to drive because, like we said, they're set up as they were back in the day. The steering is rough. They don't have enough brakes. They're way too fast. It's really difficult to drive, which makes for some great racing.
I believe it was in 1968 that was the only year that all of the manufacturers were in. American Motors was in with their Javelin. They had a factory team. Dodge was in with their Challenger. The Plymouth was in with the Barracuda. It was Ford with the Boss 302 Mustang, Chevrolet Camaro.
Craig Conley on the inside there. James Biddle on the inside, but now Hildebrandt has the advantage here. Coming to this last turn. Can Craig Conley take it? Coming into one side by side. Craig Conley takes Hildebrandt going into Mission Foods turn 1. Followed by Hildebrandt, followed by Biddle. There's FMU there in that number 78. Beautiful car. All the cars in this historic Trans Am group, they take so much care. And they feel like that they are custodians of these cars' heritage, just trying to keep them alive, and we so appreciate that.
One of the Ford Boss 302 Mustangs that couldn't be here, I believe it's Jim Higgs, that's usually, or was driven back in the day by Peter Gregg, and we always associate him with IMSA, but Gregg started off in the Trans Am, and in fact he was slated to drive in one of the Javelins before George Fomer stepped in.
And there's Andrew Alcatraz there going through the turn. Going to say his name different every time because I don't know if he's punking me or not. And Hildebrandt retakes it at the WeatherTech Carousel, and there he is. There's Andrew Alcatraz. No, that's Ken Adams.
Adams, yeah.
In that 45, beautiful car. The Ford, the Going thing, hand painted on the rear of that car.
The 1970 Ford Boss 302. That's Craig Conley in the 25. That was the only grabber green color Mustang ever raced in the Trans Am. The second model year of the Ford Boss Mustang 302, and they had special paint schemes. One was a grabber blue, this was a grabber green. Conley was one of the top drivers last weekend when the Trans Am Series was, historic Trans Am was with us at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Steve FMU coming up fourth in this big battle, followed by Ken Adams. So Hildebrandt off to a large lead, which is rare in historic Trans Am. James Biddle coming into the hard braking zone, coming into Big Machine Vodka turn 11. And look at the hands of Steve FMU just cutting off Ken Adams, not giving him the corner there. Ken Adams had to just slightly touch the brakes, but it looks like he's got a shifter knob back up and working. Followed by Andrew there in the background. The roar of these cars, you've got to see it live. And stick around, ladies and gentlemen, because historic Trans Am is always known for having the best finishes.
Yes, they are. Although at the moment, as you said, Hildebrandt, I'm surprised, is out to this big lead. We saw swapping the lead back and forth with the two races last weekend at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and they had great finishes. The closest finish was in 67, I believe it was. Dan Gurney and Parnelli Jones. They had raced for 4.5 hours at Texas Speedway in Texas, and after that it was judged by 3 feet was the closest finish in Trans Am history. Judged by feet because that was before the advent of computers and transponders. And if you ever see some of the films there, the starter was actually out on the track waving the checkered flag while these two cars are racing side by side almost.
Yeah, that's crazy. Look at FMU coming through. There's that 1964 Pontiac Tempest GTO. And ladies and gentlemen, don't adjust your TVs and computer screens. For some reason, somebody looked at a 1964 Pontiac Tempest GTO and said, let's make that a race car.
Yeah, again, I think this is kind of a surprise to the rest of the field of this Pontiac being that far out front. I know it was a surprise in qualifying because we're used to seeing at least one or two of the Ford Boss 302 Mustangs in the top spot, if not a Chevrolet. Goldsmith in that ex-Sam Posey Dodge Challenger out there.
Yeah, there's Andrew Alakazam in that number 70. Beautiful 1969 Ford Mustang Boss 302, the owner of Russo and Steele. And look at this, 5 cars coming in through here. There's Andrew coming in. The lines you see there, that's for pit in. If you're coming in, take that pretty wide, and now watch this turn. Try to take this as smoothly as possible. Hard back on the accelerator as he slides out there, coming through, just desperately trying to catch up to this front group.
Yeah, that Dodge Challenger, there were supposed to be 2 of them in the particular season they ran, and Dan Gurney was going to be running one of them, and he ran the first 2 races, but Dodge decided to cut back on their factory budget, and they only had 1 car, and Sam Posey was the one that ran that car, finishing 4th in the standings that year. Through these years, the manufacturers' championships were pretty even. I know American Motors, I believe, won 2 of them. If I remember correctly, Chevrolet won 3 and Ford won 3. So a pretty even split, between those manufacturers. John Bishop, credited with the starting of Trans Am back in 1966, as he was with IMSA, had the foresight to copyright the name back in 1966, and that proved very beneficial when Pontiac entered the series with the Trans Am Firebird. And due to that name, they had to pay SCCA a royalty. It was $5 a car.
There is that Cougar there of Michael Eisenberg.
Now, that's not one of the Bud Moore factory Cougars. That's an independent Cougar, but it was used that Lincoln Mercury almost won the championship. They finished second by 2 points. Bud Moore Engineering, very good with those Cougars. After the Lincoln Mercury pulled their Trans Am sponsorship, Bud Moore took his factory Cougars, and with Tiny Lund as the driver, they went Grand American Racing and won the Grand National Championship with Tiny Lund driving.
Look at this side by side, the Sam Posey car of Richard Goldsmith and Ryan Turry, 1967 Ford Mustang. What a great battle. I love seeing the big 3 back at it here in historic Trans Am, just like we're going to see tomorrow in TA2. Mustang versus Challenger versus Camaro, much like we're seeing today. But back in that day, especially in the 1970 championship, you also had the Javelins, you had the Plymouths, a few more manufacturers out there with us that no longer exist.
And you were doing the podium ceremony so greatly for the Trans Am presented by Pirelli, and these drivers, if something went wrong with the car, you were not allowed to say anything whatsoever about it, because these cars were in the showroom, and if you said anything bad about that, they would negatively affect sales. So if you had said something, you would not be surprised to find your car not there at the next race or your sponsorship pulled. So it was very, very important to these manufacturers, and the reason they created these cars were to compete with one another. The Camaro was made to compete with the Ford. The Ford was brought out to compete with the Camaro Z28. They were actually at war with each other for sales and for market share.
Yeah, there's Brian Farron there in the number 28A, 1969 Ford Boss 302. The whole win on Sunday, sell on Monday mantra was alive and well. And there was so much happening in those days that, if you, like you said, you bought a Dodge Challenger because you're a fan of the Sam Posey car. So
absolutely.
We know it works.
Yeah. And same with the Plymouth Barracuda. Sweet Savage was the driver in that Plymouth Barracuda. And a lot of times people would mistake a Barracuda for a Challenger and vice versa because they look so similar.
Look at this group here. Sam Posey car taking the inside. And there's the 23. Is that the 23? Yeah. Bill Godwin in the Chevrolet Camaro Z28. Al's Body Shop. Coming through Optima Batteries, turn 7. Look at how many changes has this group had? They seem to be going back and forth. All the cars so equally yoked, having a great time battling out there.
Now, the only thing that's not original on these cars are the tires. Because of the different years of the cars, the different weights of them, the different horsepower that was developed throughout this particular era, 66 through 72, Historic Trans Am decided to go to a so-called spec tire, at least to kind of even out the playing field. So everything else on the car, though, is original, as you said, just raced back in the day. That's what you're seeing here, and it just boggles my mind. 1966 through 72. This is 2022. Here these cars are racing. They're in excellent condition and well taken care of, and they're out there reliably racing around Sonoma. Now these cars do break down as we back at Sonoma, and you had talked to a gentleman on the grid at the Sonoma about how they replace these parts. Ben? So I know there are a lot of preparation shops that are making parts. A lot of these parts also manufactured and hand manufactured, because you can't just go down to the local Chevrolet dealership or Ford dealership and get a part for these cars. So these cars, again, irreplaceable and original, driven back in the day as they were in 1966 through 1972.
Looks like Ryan Turry has taken Brian Farron coming through WeatherTech Carousel in that group of, looks like the second group. We've got a great lead group coming through the track. Looks like Craig Conley there in third place. And there goes Michael Eisenberg in that Cougar.
Yeah, Conley, as you remember last weekend, Ben, he was mixing it up with Patrick Byrne. And Conley was best at the first day, but he learned from his mistake, and he won the second day. So see how Conley does today.
There's Nick DeVitas there in the 1968 Ford Mustang Trans Am with those gold stripes. Look at his hands working away at the wheel. Oh, and we've got the white flag out right now. Let's see what happens. Love to get some shots of these leaders.
See that Pontiac?
It's going to be a close finish.
Think he can hold on there, Ben, the Pontiac?
I don't know. John Hildebrand, I mean, the tires are going to wear out on that car pretty quick. That's a big, heavy car. Let's see if he can hold on to it. There's the leaders. Looks like it's Hildebrand, followed by Craig Conley, Ken Adams, James Biddle, Eftemu. And there's the Alchemist, Andrew Alchemist, finishing out this lead group.
So it may be a good finish after all. Seems like they've kind of closed that gap to Hildebrand after he had a big lead at the first of the race.
Yeah, let's see what Craig Conley can do here. Coming into Optima Batteries, turn 7, maybe his only chance. Look at Hildebrand hanging it out wide. You can see his hand coming down and touching that shifter. Hard on the brakes. Let's see if he puts his hand to the top. Look at that, puts his hand to the top. Slams the wheel over to the right.
Yeah, these aren't delicate gear shifts like you're used to seeing these modern cars. These cars are actually slammed into gear. That's how they were supposed to be driven.
Yeah, that was a great turn 7 there, Hildebrand. But look at that. It looks like his tires might be going away just a little bit. Sliding out. Craig Conley. What do you have? Ken Adams. Can you catch?
Going down through the Franklin Road S's and soon to be into WeatherTech turn 10. If we're running out of time, try and have something for that Gray Ghost leading the way, Ben.
Yeah. It's the Pontiac Tempest, 1964 of Hildebrand coming in. Craig Conley, Ken Adams. He's got Mustangs filling up his windows here.
Don't think he's going to get to him. He's protecting the inside just like he should.
Hard on the gas.
Trying to hold on.
Oh, look at this. But second place, so close, is John Hildebrand, first place. Craig Conley, second. Ken Adams, third place. As we show the checkered flag here at Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour with historic Trans Am. Another fantastic race.
Great to see the history of Trans Am live and in person and out there on the track where it should be. And again, these cars, they'll be joining us at Watkins Glen later on in the year. Hopefully there'll be more of them. As we said, some of the piston problems there that they had in shipping hopefully will be resolved by then.
Look at this, Sam Posey coming across, just takes the group. And that's what we love about vintage racing, historic Trans Am racing. It's the it's the pod racing like that. You're racing, you might be racing for 15th, but having the best race in the field, and that's what just makes it so much fun to watch.
Well, that was certainly a lot of fun. Historic Trans Am, second weekend in a row that we've had the pleasure of watching these cars out there. Last weekend in Monterey and up here in Nevada, just north of San Francisco, at Sonoma International Raceway and Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour.
Yeah, we so appreciate the drivers, the men and women, Linda, that bring these cars out and keep racing them, because it's so hard to do. It's so difficult. It takes so much time to prepare them just as they were raced than it would a normal SVRA Group 6 race. So, yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, Scott, what a great first day here at the Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour, ending with historic Trans Am. We will be back tomorrow bright and early again, so make sure you join us at YouTube/TV. Leave us some comments, tell us where you're going to be, but at 9:40 tomorrow we're going to start with the exclusive Group 9. Great times here at Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour. Scott Conway, Ben Sissel, Jonathan Green, we are signing out for now, but join us tomorrow at 9:40 Pacific time, and we're going to give you the exclusive and Group 9 race. Thank you, everybody around the course, for excellent camera work, the drones, and we will be back tomorrow. Thank you again.
There is less than 1/100th of an inch of motor oil protecting your car's engine. Friction and heat causes engine oil to experience thermal breakdown, weakening its ability to protect the engine and its parts. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer is specially formulated to resist thermal breakdown, protect vital engine parts, and extend the life of your engine. It also stops smoking, knocking, and oil consumption in worn engines. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer. Keep that engine alive.